পতিত তারণে যত তুমি দয়াময় পতিত পাবন পতিত তারণে রতা ভরসা এই মাত্র নাথ তুমি তো ভরসা আমার এই মাত্র ভরসা এই মাত্র নাথ তুমি তো করুণাময় ভরসা আমার এই মাত্র তুমি তো করুণাময় দয়া পাত্র নাহি মোর সম অবশ্যে গুসাবে ভয় তব দয়া পাত্র নাহি মোর সম অবশ্যে গুসাবে ভয় তব দয়া পাত্র নাহি মোর সম অবশ্যে গুসাবে ভয় আমারে তারিতে কাহারো শকতি অবনি ভিতরে নাহি আমার তারিতে কাহারো শকতি অবনি ভিতরে নাহি আমার তারিতে কাহার শকতি অবনি ভিতরে নাহি আমার তারিতে কাহার শকতি অবনি ভিতরে নাহি দয়াল ঠাকুর ঘোষণা তোমার অধম পামরে ত্রাহি দয়াল ঠাকুর ঘোষণা তোমার অধম পামরে ত্রাহি দয়াল ঠাকুর ঘোষণা তোমার অধম পামরে ত্রাহি পুরা ঘোষণা তোমার আমার ত্রাহি সকল ছাড়িয়া আসিয়াছি আমি তোমার চরণে নাথ সকল ছাড়িয়া আসিয়াছি আমি তোমার চরণে নাথ সকল ছাড়িয়া আসিয়াছি আমি তোমার চরণে নাথ ছাড়িয়া আসিয়াছি আমি তোমার চরণ নাথ আমি নিত্য দাস তুমি পালিয়তা তুমি গুপ্ত জগন্নাথ আমি নিত্য দাস তুমি পালিয়তা তুমি গুপ্ত জগন্নাথ আমি নিত্য দাস তুমি পালিয়তা তুমি গুপ্তা জগন্নাথ দাস তুমি পালিয়তা তুমি গুপ্তা জগন্নাথ তোমার সকল আমি মাত্র দাস আমার তারিবে তুমি তোমার সকল আমি মাত্র দাস আমার তারিবে তুমি তোমার সকল আমি মাত্র দাস আমার তারিবে তুমি আমার সকল আমি মাত্র দাস আমার তারিবে তুমি তোমার চরণ কইনু বর্ণন আমার নাহি তো আমি তোমার চরণ করিনু বর্ণন আমার নাহি তো আমি তোমার চরণ করিনু বর্ণন আমার নাহি তো আমি তোমার চরণ করিনু বর্ণন আমার নাহি তো আমি ভক্তি বিনোদ কান্দিয়া শরণ লয়েছে তোমার পায় ভক্তি বিনোদ কান্দিয়া শরণ লয়েছে তোমার পায় ভক্তি বিনোদ কান্দিয়া শরণ লয়েছে তোমার পায়ে ভক্তি বিনোদ কান্দিয়া শরণ লয়েছে তোমার পায়ে স্বামী অপরাধ নামে রুচি দিয়া পালন করো হে কায় স্বামী অপরাধ নামে রুচি দিয়া পালন করো হে কায় স্বামী অপরাধ নামে রুচি দিয়া পালন করো হে কায় স্বামী অপরাধ নামে রুচি দিয়া পালন করো হে কায় Read the translation.
So what is the devotees తెలుగులో మహారాజ్ పంపిణీ చేయాలి అనుకుంటున్నారు. దయచేసి వచ్చి మొదలెట్టేటప్పుడు సమయం అభావం కాబట్టి నాలుగు నిమిషాలు చెప్పడానికి డోనేట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. సో ఎవరైనా తెలుగులో చెప్పిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటే devotees who are coming to Sikkur, who are going to do their offering in Bengali. All the Sikkur devotees are here. Sikkur devotees.
Thank you.
ये क्या है?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. तो महाराज प्रसाद डेढ़ संवत्सराల మొదటిసారి ఇండియా నుంచి ప్రభు తర్వాత 2002 నుంచి మహారాష్ట్ర ద్వారా నేను భక్తిలో ఎంతో విశాఖను పొందాను. ఇప్పుడే సాంస్కృతిక మాట్లాడుతూ భక్తిలో కాబట్టి చెప్తున్నాను. ఈ చరణాలు వేయాను నాకేం లేదు, మీరే ఇతర పాలన చేసేవాళ్ళు. సో అలాంటి భావన మహారాజు స్వామి ముఖ్యంగా నేను 10 సంవత్సరాలు ఇలాంటి మంచి అవకాశం అంటే మనం అంతర్గతంగా భావనకి ప్రేమకి రావాలి అంటే బహిరంగంగా ఉన్నటువంటి మండలాన్ని
రఘుమేశ్వర ప్రభు రండి, మీరే ఆఫరింగ్ చెప్పేసేయండి. ఇప్పుడే తెలుగులో చెప్పండి మంచిగా. మీరే తర్వాత ఛాన్స్ వస్తుందో లేదు చెప్పలేవు. చెప్పండి, మీరు చేస్తున్నారో సేవ చేసేది చేస్తున్నారు. Devotees from Singur are here. How many devotees who are there who cannot understand English and Telugu? Can you raise your hands? One person, two. So only two people cannot understand neither English or thing. So two people, sorry, three. Okay. English you can understand, right? Yeah. Prabhu, Kirtan can start. Sidio Prabhu.
Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohana Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohana Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Shri Rup Sanatana Bhatt Raghunatha Shri Rup Sanatana Bhatt Raghunatha Jiv Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha Shri Jiv Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha Gosai Gosai Gori Charana Vandan Gosai Gosai Gori Charana Banda Jaha hoite vijnana Sabhishta Purana Jaha hoite vijnana Sabhishta Purana Gosai Gosai Jave Braj Koilava Gosai Gosai Jave Braj Koilava Radha Krishna Nitya Guru Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kori Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kori Lo Prakar Anande Bolo Hari Braja Vrindavan Anande Bolo Hari Braja Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Padama Jayyaman Shri Guru Vaishnava Padama Jayyaman Guru Vaishnava Pada Padma Koriya Shri Guru Vaishnava Pada Padma Koriya Nama Sankirtana Kohe Narottamada Nama Sankirtana Kore Narottamada Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Vrindavanadam Balaram Jaya Gauranta 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 Jaya Gauranta Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai. Gaura Prabhupada.
मम ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणरघुनाथं तं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा
Maharaj started. So we'll go to the announce that. They'll go to the gate. హరే కృష్ణ. గురు మహారాజ్ గారు బయలుదేరారు, హోటల్ నుంచి వస్తారు. అందరూ దయచేసి ఈ యొక్క పార్కింగ్ గేట్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళండి. కీర్తన చేసుకుంటూ మనం మహారాజ్ని స్వాగతం పలుకుదాము. పార్కింగ్ గేట్ దగ్గర నుంచి మహారాజు రాగానే మనం స్వాగతం పలికి మనం ఇక్కడ తీసుకురావచ్చు. మహారాజ్ స్టార్టెడ్. వీ విల్ గో టు ద పార్కింగ్ గేట్ and receive Maharaj.
Ram Ram Hare Hare,
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare इधर है ना? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Gauranga Nityananda, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, चलो चलो, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Oh Ranga, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Nitai Gaurango, 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 Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaurango, Gaura Hare, Gaura 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 Hare, Gaura 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 Hare, Gaura Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hare, Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaurango Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaurango Gaura Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Chalo chalo. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Go. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. पकड़ो थोड़ा 2 मिनट पकड़ो, मेरा माइक पकड़ो. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Vrindavan Ram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Gaurangita, 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 Jaya Gaurangita, Jaya Gaurangita, 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 Jaya Gaurangita, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. ओके श्री राम हरि हरि बोल हरि हरि की जय जय
All the proposals who are sitting here, kindly look that side. We welcome all of you to the grand Vyasa Puja celebration of our beloved Guru Maharaj. I would request Bhagirath Vardhan Prabhu, who is a birthday boy also, to come on Narayana Guru Maharaj.
जो स्पीकर है वो भी महाराज बोलेंगे ना अभी तो परमानेंटली
Mandali Mataji to welcome and garland Karol Mataji, Guru Maharaj's sister. Mandali Mataji to welcome Karol Mataji's Guru Maharaj's sister. She has come all the way from Canada. I request Mandali Mataji to garland me and my Guru Maharaj's niece.
गुरु महाराज को दे
All the people are sitting here are your nephews and nieces.
काम कर दे उनको स्पीकर आएगा क्या उनको लगा देगा
We will not be having any translation for offerings, and also the local devotees will help in the translation, but the small number of people has been done. We are running against time, so I would request His Grace Madhav Prabhu to come and give his offering. जो कोई हिंदी में इंग्लिश नहीं समझ में आता वो लोग एक जगह बैठ जाइए ताकि जो भक्त समझ सके आपको ट्रांसलेशन वही करेंगे. Somebody can translate for Hindi devotees, can raise your hand. Okay, so here आप आके बैठ जाइए और తెలుగులో అనువాదం కోసము పక్కన ఎవరైనా మీ ఇంగ్లీష్ తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు మీకు అనువాదం చేస్తారు. అందరూ కూడా అక్కడ ఒక స్థలంలో కూర్చోండి. Same thing applies for Bengali devotees.
Nam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shankirti Ragava Swaminathan. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for bringing us to. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for bringing us to the Ganga, and bringing us again together for this Vyasa Puja celebrations. We've also, since we've been here for some time, we've also seen that this is the place where Daksha Prajapati's yajna was disturbed. Daksha Prajapati's yajna. This was the place where it was disturbed. And contemplating on what actually happened during that whole sacrifice of Daksha Prajapati, and when it was disturbed, two main points came up. One is that those who followed or kept or agreed with Daksha Prajapati's cursing Lord Shiva were cursed by Nandi to actually become simply ritualistic followers of the Vedas. And the ritualistic following of the Vedas takes the heart away of the Vedas, which is the Lord. And they got cursed that they will only follow the Vedic formularies without actually understanding what it is all meant for. And in the counter curse, Bhrigu cursed the followers of Lord Shiva here in this place to be actually become atheistic. So it brings in two factors here. So those who follow the Vedas but don't actually understand the meaning for why they are following the Vedas, the Vedic rules and regulations, will simply become ritualistic followers of the Vedas. And those who reject the Vedic principles will become atheistic. So we are very thankful to you that you have tried to combine the both and make us understand the importance of the Vedic system to live. Because without it, there is a tendency to become atheistic and to give up all the rules and regulations in the name of utilitarian ideas or so-called egalitarian ideas. And whereas you're trying to bring us together to understand the importance of the rituals and the Vedic formularies that are given in implementation. At the same time, combining with the understanding of the teachings of, and not just become existentialists. There's a tendency to become only existentialists, and that we've already seen that existentialism on its own just tends to become atheistic after some time. So the followers of Lord Shiva, they wanted to generally become only existentialists. And in that context of the Bhagavatam purport, Bhagavatam's Katha, that there is a tendency to become only ritualistic, or there is a tendency to only become existentialists. But then the combination of both is what gives us this Vaishnava line. And rejecting the Vedic formularies in the name of existentialism will eventually land us up in an atheistic way, in which we will actually only seek the so-called existential ideas of we exist and what we exist is most important, rather than there's a reason why we exist, there's a reason why we need to go forward. So I've been fortunate that you've somehow engaged me from my studies of philosophy and brought me out into the system. I still remember, this is a small story, let me share with you. It was 1991, and I had stayed for a year in Secunderabad, and it was the first Indian summer I faced. I never faced an Indian summer. And it was 45 degrees, and I never lived in any place above 30 degrees. And it was, I couldn't, my brain stopped working. So I requested Maharaj again and again, let me get out of here. So finally agreed. And I still remember on the day when I was leaving Secunderabad temple, on my way back to Shillong, I was saying I'd go back there, and I was doing so much youth preaching there, so let me get back there and do some youth preaching in the university there. So as I was doing the university preaching, I was going there, I packed up my luggage, etc., and I was going.
as I was leaving, I think it was Narahari Thakur Prabhu who was doing the Pujari service, and Maharaj told him just to pick up the two deities of Gornitai from the altar and just gave it to me as I was just on the gate about to go to, the station to catch my train to Calcutta. So I got the deities and I didn't know what to do. I just put them in my bag and, my handbag, and I just went off. And then before going, he also told me the combination of his lock of his room in Mayapur. And then he told me that you should pick up, there are 2 sets of Bhagavatam there, and you should go and pick it up, and you can take it with you. So I went there, I opened this lock, and it was kind of a combination lock. I opened the lock, and I stayed there for a few days till I got my ticket, and I was traveling with this Bhagavatam set, it's an 18-volume Bhagavatam set, which I still have. And then I reached Shillong, my hometown, and I started trying to go to the university and do something there. But Maharaj tricked me into, I had Gornitai, so what can you do? You have to worship it. And you have Bhagavatam. So I ended up getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning, or 2:30 in the morning, reading Bhagavatam, and then worshipping Gornitai before I went to the university. So after doing that for about two years, I got fed up of it. I said, there's no more, I'm going back to. So, in fact, I was coming to make a presentation in Thiruvananthapuram for my philosophy paper. And I don't know how, I somehow wrote to Maharaj at that time. Those days there was no internet, there was no phones. So we were just writing letters in those days. So I wrote a letter to him. And I don't know how, but he managed to come to Thiruvananthapuram with a whole team of devotees from Gormandala, Bhumi Prabhu and others. And then he told me that, forget your presentation or your news or the paper you're reading. He said, do it fast, come with me. So then he took me with him to, I think, back to Secunderabad, and he told me after this, after you finish your studies, you're going to go to Mangalore. And that's where you're going to get started. So I didn't know what I was doing, but anyway, by reading the Bhagavatam for those 2 years, every day morning reading Bhagavatam, I was able to actually not get rattled by some of the biggest philosophers of India, who were actually some of my teachers in the university. One was actually a very famous philosopher of, there was a very famous philosopher of mind who was my professor. He actually tried to rattle me, and there were different, communist or professors who would come. And because I was reading Bhagavatam, which Maharaj somehow gave them to me, I opened up and I practically was able to speak to them in a way that I never understood. And later on, they would get surprised that I was doing all that. So somehow he took me out of my existentialism. I love existentialism philosophy, but it was the combination of the Vedic formularies and the philosophy. Both have to come together, and this is what you're very kindly teaching us through this medium of Varnashram and Vedic Varnashram, which is to combine both these two things together. Because without the Vedic formularies, we tend to become only philosophical and then go away on a tangent to kind of probably to existentialist ideas, and from existentialism go off to some other things. Thank you very much for saying this. Thank you very much.
Extremely sorry, I did not introduce Madhav Prabhu. Madhav Prabhu is the senior most disciple of Maharaj. He was a BYS youth member before joining. Then he started the youth preaching. BYS is the Maharaj has started way back in the late 80s, the Bhakti Vedanta Youth Services to bring youngsters into devotional service. So Maharaj is a pioneer of starting the youth preaching, the whole ISKCON, because specific youth targeting was Maharaj has done. So he was one of the senior devotee. Also Madhav Prabhu follows the system of Varnashramas. He wants to live only in the villages and then develop the villages and farms. He's also a sannyasi candidate for the sannyasin couple of years, he would be granting things. I would next request Nityamukta Prabhu to kindly come on to the stage. Nityamukta Prabhu is a senior brahmachari from Tirupati. He is very fond of Maharaj, has a lot of love and affection for Maharaj, arranges village programs for Maharaj. I would request Nityamukta Prabhu to kindly share his
Hare Krishna. చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది మీ అందరి మధ్య పరమ పూజ్య భక్తిరాగ స్వామి మహారాజుకి వ్యాస పూజ మహోత్సవంలో పాల్గొనడానికి. నిజంగా ఇప్పుడు ఇంత ముందు వచ్చేటప్పుడు దారిలో మహారాజుతో అంటున్నాను, ఈ వ్యాస పూజని వ్యాసుడికి అత్యంత దగ్గరగా ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రదేశంలో జరుపుకుంటున్నాము. అది మహారాజు మనందరికీ కూడా ఇచ్చినటువంటి అదృష్టం. అది మహారాజు వ్యాస పూజ కోసం వచ్చిన దానివల్ల చాలామంది ఇక్కడి నుంచి బద్రీనాథ్కి వెళ్ళడానికి ప్లాన్ చేసుకున్నారు. ఆ విధంగా వాళ్ళు నిజంగా ఇక్కడ వ్యాసుని ప్రతినిధి కృపను పొంది తర్వాత మళ్ళీ వ్యాసుని కృపను పొందడానికి వెళ్తున్నారు అన్నమాట. సో చాలా ముందు మనం వ్యాసుని ప్రతినిధి అయినటువంటి మహారాజు యొక్క ఆశీర్వాదాన్ని వ్యాస పూజ మహోత్సవం రోజు పొంది తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడి నుంచి స్వయంగా వ్యాసుడి దగ్గరికి ఆశీర్వాదాలు తీసుకోవడానికి వెళ్ళేటువంటి భాగ్యాన్ని మనందరికీ కూడా మహారాజు గారు కలిగించినందుకు వారికి మనం ఎంతో కృతజ్ఞత కలిగి ఉన్నాం. ఇందాక వచ్చినప్పుడు మహారాజుకి అదే చెప్తున్నాం, జనరల్గా ఎవరైనా బద్రీనాథ్కి రావాలంటే ప్లాన్ చేయరు, ఎందుకంటే అది చాలా అడ్వెంచర్ సాహసోపేతమైనటువంటి ప్రయాణం అని. కానీ మీ వ్యాస పూజ యొక్క సుకృతం అని చెప్పి చాలామంది వ్యాసుల దర్శనానికి బద్రీనారాయణ స్వామి దర్శనానికి వెళ్తున్నారు మహారాజు అని చెప్పి మహారాజుతో అన్నాను అనమాట. పరమ పూజ్య భక్తిరాగ మహారాజు విషయంలో ఒక ప్రధానమైనటువంటి లక్షణం మీరు అందరూ కూడా చూడొచ్చు, మనం అందరూ కూడా నేర్చుకోవాల్సింది ఏమంటే ఎడతెగనటువంటి ఉత్సాహం ఉన్నాయి దగ్గర. ఏదైనా శరీరానికి చిన్న నొప్పి వస్తేనే జపం చేయడానికి, ఏదైనా చిన్న శరీరానికి వ్యాధి వస్తేనే ఆ రోజు జపం చేయడానికి మనం వెనకాడుతాం, ఇంక సేవ చేయడానికి అసలు ఆ మాట ఆలోచనే రాదు. కానీ అలాంటిది సాధన విషయంలో కానీ సేవ విషయంలో కానీ ఎక్కడ కూడా సర్దుబాటు అనేటువంటిది లేకుండా, ఒక మినహాయింపు అనేటువంటిది లేకుండా మహారాజు ఎంత చక్కగా వారు చేస్తున్నారు ఈ దశలో ఈ స్థితిలో అనేది మనం చాలా స్ఫూర్తిని పొందవలసి ఉంది.
Actually, in our body, if we get a little pain, we are not able to do. First of all, we will forget about the service, and we cannot go forward to the service. But Maharaj is even after having so much difficulties, and he is having the unflinching service attitude, and also we should all learn this from the Maharaj.
Sadhana.
And also his sadhana is very much strong during this age.
అందువల్ల ఏంటంటే ఇది భక్తియుత సేవలో చాలా ప్రధానమైనటువంటి కీలకమైన అంశం ఏంటంటే స్ఫూర్తి. ఆ స్ఫూర్తి అనేటువంటిది లేకపోతే మనం సుదీర్ఘకాలం భక్తియుత సేవ అభ్యాసం చేయలేము. ఆ స్ఫూర్తి అనేది నేను నిరంతరం కూడా నాకు మహారాజు తిరుపతి వచ్చిన దగ్గర నుంచి, మహారాజుతో పరిచయం అయిన దగ్గర నుంచి, మొట్టమొదటిసారి మహారాజుతో మేము కలిసి ఒక గ్రామ కార్యక్రమానికి వెళ్ళిన దగ్గర నుంచి కూడా మహారాజు దగ్గర నుంచి నేను ఆ స్ఫూర్తిని నా భక్తియుత సేవలో నేను పొందుతున్నందుకు ఈ సభాముఖంగా ఈ వైష్ణవులందరి సభాముఖంగా మహారాజుకి నేను మరొకసారి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను.
Actually, in the Bhakti life, the spirit is very much important. So, when I met the Maharaj in the village program, from that day onwards, I got this inspiration, the spirit to do the devotion. So, I am very much thankful for this.
పోయిన సంవత్సరం మాయాపూర్లో మహారాజు వ్యాస జరిగినప్పుడు కూడా ఇదే విషయాన్ని నేను తెలియజేశాను. మహారాజుతో కలిసి గ్రామ కార్యక్రమానికి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు గ్రామం లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పుడు సన్నని చిరుజలు మహారాజుని చక్కగా ఆహ్వానించింది. అరే వర్షం ఉంటే ఎలా కార్యక్రమం జరుగుతుందని చెప్పేసి మేమందరం కూడా ఆందోళన పడ్డాం. ప్రవచనం మొదలుపెట్టేసరికి వర్షం ఆగిపోయింది. చక్కగా ప్రవచనం అంతా జరిగింది. ప్రవచనం అంతా అయిపోయిన తర్వాత, ప్రసాదం అంతా అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ నిండుగా వర్షం పడింది. సంతోషంగా అందరూ, ఆ గ్రామంలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా స్వామి వచ్చారు, భగవంతుడి గురించి 4 మాటలు చెప్పారు, వరుణదేవుడు వచ్చాడని అందరు గ్రామస్తులు ఎంత సంతోషపడ్డారు.
Actually, when we went to the village program, in the beginning there was a small rain, so we all thought that there will be a big rain. But when Maharaj entered, so that's just like welcoming the Maharaj, that rain. And then after that, so rain is stopped, and then Maharaj split the program, and prasadam is taken. Then after that, once again, the full rain happened. So like this, so everyone, that means villagers also, they all thought that how Maharaj welcomed this rain and with all this cooperated everything. So they all felt so happy.
మహారాజు గ్రామంలో అడుగుపెట్టినందుకే వరుణదేవుడు ఈ విధంగా పలికాడు అని చెప్పేసి అందరూ కూడా ఎంతో ఆనందపడ్డారు, మహారాజును పొగిడారు.
So all the villagers, they appreciated Maharaj. So the Varunadeva gave the welcome party to the Maharaj and they all became happy for this.
మీకు గుర్తొచ్చి ఉంటుంది, రామాయణంలో రోంపాద మహారాజు రాజ్యంలో ఎక్కడ వర్షాలు ఉండవు అనమాట. ఎప్పుడైతే ఆ ఋషిశృంగుణ్ణి ఆ రాజ్యంలోకి తీసుకొస్తారో, తీసుకురాగానే కుండపోతగా వర్షం కురిసి వాళ్ళ కరువు కట్టుగలన్నీ కూడా తొలగిపోతాయి. భగవంతునికి దగ్గరైనటువంటి వ్యక్తి అడుగు పెడితేనే ఆ ప్రదేశంలో శుభం జరుగుతుందనే దానికి ఇది ఒక నిరూపణ అనమాట.
So you can see in the Ramayana also that Rishikesh when he came to the Vyasa, so we are seeing the rains. The same way, the devotee of the Lord, whenever he comes to the place, then that is simple actually indication that the purity of the devotee and rains will come.
ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో మహారాజు ఆదిలాబాద్కి వచ్చారు. ఆదిలాబాద్కి వచ్చినప్పుడు మహారాజుని ఎద్దుల బండిలో, ఆయనకి ఎద్దుల బండి అంటే ఎంతో ఇష్టం అని చెప్పేసి ఎద్దుల బండిలో స్వాగతించి తీసుకొని వెళ్ళారు. మహారాజు కంటే ఒకటి చక్కటి ఒక హట్ ఏర్పాటు చేశారు అక్కడ. ఆదిలాబాద్ డివోటీ మన శ్రీనివాస్ ప్రభు, శ్రీనందనందన ప్రభు. తర్వాత అక్కడ ఒక క్యాన్సర్ వ్యాధితో బాధపడుతున్నటువంటి ఒక మాతాజీ ఉన్నారు. ఆమె మరికొద్ది వారాలే ఆమె ఆయుష్ అని చెప్పి స్పష్టంగా చెప్పేశారు. చెప్పినప్పుడు మహారాజ్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చి ఈ విధంగా ఉంది పరిస్థితి, దయచేసి మీరు ఆమెని అనుగ్రహిస్తారా అని చెప్పేసి అడిగితే మహారాజు ఆమె ఒక్కరి కోసం నేను దీక్షను ఇస్తాను అని చెప్పి ఆ ఒక్కరి కోసం ఆ రోజున ఏర్పాటు చేసి హరినామ దీక్షనిచ్చి ఆ మాతాజీని గురు శిష్య పరంపరతో అనుసంధానం చేశారు.
When we came to the village, so all we welcomed Maharaj because Maharaj likes to travel on the bullock cart. So we invited all of him on the bullock cart, and there is one devotee, one Mataji. She was a cancer patient, and in another 5 weeks she is going to leave her body. And Maharaj gave her his mercy, his causeless mercy, for only her. So he arranged the diksha, and he gave the diksha for her, and he connected her to the Parampara.
ఆ మాతాజీ ఎంత సంతోషపడిందంటే ఆ కార్యక్రమం అయిన తర్వాత ఇంకా మాతాజీని ఆసుపత్రిలో జాయిన్ చేశారు. ఇంకా అప్పటికి వారం రోజులే ఉంది. అప్పుడు నేను ఆసుపత్రికి వెళ్ళి ఇంకా ఆమెని పలకరించి, మాతాజీ మీకు గురువుగారు మంత్రం ఇచ్చారు, హరినామ మంత్రం, ఏమి ఈ మంత్రాన్ని మీరు జాగ్రత్తగా నమ్మకంగా పట్టుకోవాలి అంటే ఆమె ఒకటే అంది, ఈ జన్మలో నాకు గురువు లభించాడు, గురువు ద్వారా మంత్రం లభించింది, నేను ఈ మంత్రాన్ని గురువు గారి యొక్క అనుగ్రహంతో, కృష్ణుడి యొక్క అనుగ్రహంతో ఈ మంత్రాన్ని వదిలిపెట్టే ప్రసక్తే లేదు అని చెప్పేసి అంది. అంటే అంత దృఢంగా చెప్పింది ఆమె, అది గురువు కృష్ణుడి యొక్క అనుగ్రహం అని.
That Mataji, when her condition became very serious, she was in the hospital, so Maharaj also visited that place. And Maharaj told her to remember the holy name. Then that Mataji told that, so I will not be leaving this holy name in this life, and I will be always chanting this. And she was able to remember with that severe condition because of the mercy of the Guru.
ఇక్కడ అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు మహారాజ్ నిజంగా ఎంత దయాగుణం కలిగి ఉంటే ఆ ఒక్కరి కోసం దీక్ష ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఇచ్చి నామం మీద అంత విశ్వాసం ఇచ్చారు. అంటే గురువు మన దగ్గర నుంచి ఆశించి ఏదో ఒక్కసారి గమనించండి. ఇప్పుడు కూడా చాలామంది దీక్ష తీసుకున్నారు. అక్కడ అగ్ని సాక్షిగా, అష్టదిక్పాలకుల సాక్షిగా, హరి గురు వైష్ణవ సాక్షిగా ఏం ప్రమాణం చేశారు? 16 మాలు ఖచ్చితంగా జపం చేస్తాము, గురువు కృష్ణులకి జీవితాంతం సేవ చేస్తాము, 4 నియమాలు పాటిస్తాం. అందులో ఆ 16 మాల జపం అనేది ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఒక వ్రతం. అది ఆ వ్రతాన్ని చాలా గట్టిగా మనం పట్టుకున్నప్పుడే గురువు గారిని, గురు పరంపరని మనం గట్టిగా పట్టుకున్నట్టు లెక్క.
So Guru gives the mercy to give the whole, that means he gives mercy to the holy name, and also he gives his blessings to chant the holy name at least 16 rounds. And to chant the 16 rounds, it's a vrata actually. To do that, so Guru's mercy is very important, and they give their mercy along with that.
So నేను చాలా చాలా ప్రేరేపితమై చెప్పే మాట ఇదేంటంటే, ఒక వైష్ణవుడు చెప్తున్నాడు, కృష్ణ చైతన్య సమాజంలో అందరూ అన్ని రకాలైన సేవలు చేస్తున్నారు, కీర్తనలు పాడుతున్నారు, ప్రవచనాలు చెప్తున్నారు, అన్ని రకాలైనటువంటివి చేస్తున్నారు. మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కూర్చొని 16 మాలు జపం చేయడం అనేటువంటి ఆ ఒక్క కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్లక్ష్యం చేస్తున్నారు. అది ఒక్కటి గట్టిగా కనుక తీసుకుంటే గురువు యొక్క అనుగ్రహం మనకి ఎప్పుడు ఉంటుంది, తద్వారా కృష్ణుడు అనుగ్రహం మనకి ఎప్పుడు ఉంటుంది అని చెప్తారు.
In the Krishna conscious movement, we are doing the Nagar Sankirtan and we are doing the various other programs, but peacefully sitting and doing the 16 rounds is very, very important. And if anyone is doing that, then definitely they will get the mercy of the Guru. So this is my request.
అంటే 16 మాల జపం అనేటువంటిది మన పర్సనల్. నేను కీర్తన పాడితే మీరు వింటారు, నేను చెప్తున్నానది మీరు వింటారు, ఇవన్నీ అందరి చేత గుర్తించబడేవి. సేవ చేస్తానది మీకు కనబడుతుంది. 16 మాల జపం అనేటువంటిది కృష్ణుడికి నాకు మధ్యన, గురువుకి నాకు మధ్యన, అది చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటిది. దాన్ని గట్టిగా తీసుకోవాలని చెప్పి ఆ వైష్ణవుడు ప్రవచనంలో చెప్పారనమాట.
So we do so many services. All these services are very much visible, like doing the manual services. But doing the chanting the holy name, it is a relationship between the devotee and the Lord, and that is very much important. Devotee and Guru, and that's very much important. And Maharaj told this thing in his class.
ఇంకొకటి, ఆదిలాబాద్లో 2 ఉపన్యాసాలు చెప్పారు. ఆ 2 ఉపన్యాసాల్లో నాకు మహారాజ్ గారి హృదయం ఎంత సన్నిహితమైందంటే, ఒక మంచి నాయకుడు ఉన్నప్పుడు సమాజంలో ఎంత సమృద్ధి ఉంటుందంటే, యుధిష్ఠిర మహారాజ్ పరిపాలన కాలంలో ఆవులు పాలు ఇవ్వగా ఇంకా మిగిలిపోయి పాలతో భూమిని అంతా కూడా తడిపేస్తున్నాయండి. అంత మంచి వైష్ణవ నాయకుడు ఉన్నప్పుడు ప్రకృతి కానీ గోవులు కానీ అంత స్పందిస్తాయని చెప్పి మహారాజ్ చాలా చక్కగా వివరించారు.
In the class, so I heard one thing, when the devotees are there, so then the cows are going to give the milk, and that milk will be flowing like a river. So
devotee leaders like
Yudhishthira Maharaj, when the leaders are devotees, then this is going to happen. And this is I heard in the Maharaj lecture.
మహారాజు మీరు గమనించండి, ప్రభుపాదుల వారి గ్రంథాలను ఎంత బాగా అధ్యయనం చేస్తారంటే, ఆ భాష్యం నుంచి అద్భుతమైనటువంటి విషయాలు చెప్తారు. ఈ లక్షణం మనం అందరం కూడా మహారాజు నుంచి నేర్చుకోవాలి. ప్రభుపాదుల వారి గ్రంథాలని, ప్రత్యేకించి భాగవతాన్ని మహారాజు ఎంతగా ఆస్వాదించారంటే, అందులో ఒక మాట, ప్రభుపాదుల వారి మాట, నిజమైన విద్య ఏంటంటే గోవులు తీసుకొని పచ్చిక బయలుకి వెళ్ళి ఆ గోవులకు సంతోషంగా మేపుకొని రావడం నిజమైన విద్య అంటే. మహారాజు ఎంత అద్భుతంగా చెప్పారు ప్రభుపాద భాష నుంచే. అంటే ప్రభుపాదుల వారి గ్రంథాలు ఎంత చక్కగా చదువుతారు అనే విషయం ఒకటి, గోవులు బాగా చూసుకోవడం అనేది ఎంత ముఖ్యమైన విషయం మహారాజు మనకు తెలియజేస్తున్నారు.
So Maharaj is having a very good art. So taking the nice points from Srila Prabhupada's purpose, and so from the purpose, the grazing the cows, it is one of the education. Real education is the real education. This is the point Maharaj. So told from the purpose, and this is the thing we have to learn from the Maharaj.
అందుకని ఏంటంటే మనం అంతా కూడా మహారాజ్ అడుగుజాలను అనుసరించి ప్రభుపాదుల వారి గ్రంథాలని, అందులో భాష్యాన్ని చాలా క్షుణ్ణంగా చదవాలి.
We should follow the footsteps of the Maharaj, and we should study the Srila Prabhupada books very thoroughly. ఇక చివరి విషయం ఏంటంటే, ఆదిలాబాద్లో
రాధాకృష్ణ విగ్రహాలు తీసుకొచ్చారు. విగ్రహాలు తీసుకొచ్చి అక్కడ గౌనత విగ్రహాలు ఉన్నాయి, వాటితో పాటు రాధాకృష్ణ విగ్రహాలు తీసుకొచ్చి ఈ విగ్రహాలకి పేరు పెట్టండి మహారాజ్ అని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళు శ్రీనందనందన ప్రభు, వీళ్ళు మన శంభునాథ్, మండలేశ్వరు వీళ్ళు చెప్పారు. చెప్తే సరే అని చెప్పేసి మహారాజ్ ఏం చేశారంటే, పేరు ఎలా పెడతానో, పేరు నేనేం పేరు పెట్టారు మీరే కనుక్కోవాలని చెప్పి ఆ పేరుకి సంబంధించి స్లిప్పులు రాసి, ఒక్కొక్క అక్షరం ఇంగ్లీష్లో ఒక్కొక్క అక్షరం స్లిప్పులు రాసి, ఆ స్లిప్పులన్నీ కూడా అక్కడ ముందేసి ఇవి మీరే పేర్చండి, పేర్చి ఈ పేరేంటో పజిల్ లాగా ఇచ్చి ఈ పేరేంటో మీరే కనుక్కోండి అని చెప్పేసి అన్నారు.
So Maharaj, actually in the Adilabad, there were the deities, Radha Krishna deities, and Nandakumar and others, they asked to give the name for the deities. At that time, Maharaj wanted it, so he wrote the one letter in the one paper, and after that he told that, so you take all these papers and make the combination, and then get the name. You only decide the name. So like that Maharaj told.
అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి మన డివోటీస్, మన ప్రేమ కీర్తన వాళ్ళు, ప్రభు వాళ్ళంతా అది ఏం పేరే ఉంటుందని దాన్ని అటు ఇటు ఇటు అటు దాన్ని సెట్ చేస్తున్నారు అనమాట. నేను చూశాను, చూడగానే అది కొంచెం బాగా అలవాటైన పేరు కాబట్టి టక్కన దీన్ని పెడతాను కానీ టక్క దాన్ని పేర్చి పెడితే ఏముందనంటే గోవిందజీ, రాధా గోవిందజీ అని చెప్పేసి. ఆ పేరు చూడగానే నా ఎంత హృదయానికి భగవంతుడు పరమాత్మ ఎంత యాక్టివ్ ఉంటాడు అనేది నాకు అప్పుడు అర్థమైంది. సరిగ్గా 10 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం ఆదిలాబాద్ భక్తులు తిరుపతికి వచ్చినప్పుడు, తిరుపతిలో రాధా గోవిందని దర్శనం చేసుకునేటప్పుడు స్వామి ఎదురుగా నేను అన్నాను వాళ్ళతో, మీరు ఆదిలాబాద్లో విగ్రహాలు పెట్టడం అంటూ జరిగితే ఆ విగ్రహాలకి రాధా గోవిందని పెట్టండి, ఎందుకంటే నేను ఇక్కడి నుంచి వస్తున్నాను, రాధా గోవింద పంపిస్తే కదా నేను వచ్చేది, అందువల్ల నేను ఇక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చి మీకు అక్కడ ప్రచారం చేస్తున్నాను కాబట్టి అదొక కృతజ్ఞతగా ఎందుకంటే మన పరిచయం కూడా రాధాగోవింద సన్నిధిలోనే జరిగింది, తిరుపతి టెంపుల్లోనే, అందువల్ల మీరు ఆ పేరు పెట్టండి రాధాకృష్ణ విగ్రహాలు అంటూ పెడితే అని చెప్పానంటే సర్లే అని చెప్పి అన్నారు. తర్వాత నాకు దాని గురించి ఆలోచన లేదు, వాళ్ళకి దాని గురించి ఆలోచన లేదు, ఇద్దరం మర్చిపోయాము. కానీ పరమాత్మ మర్చిపోలేదు. పరమాత్మ మహారాజు దగ్గరుండి అదే పేరు పెట్టించి అక్కడ రాధా గోవిందజీ అనేటువంటి పేరు అక్కడ విగ్రహాలకి పెట్టించారు.
Actually 10 years back, so the Adilabad devotees met to Prabhuji in the Radha Govinda, that is met to me in the Radha Govinda temple. So at that time, so I told to them, if you are going to have deities and their name will be the Radha Govinda. So it happened 10 years back. Then after that, now, so we can see the reciprocation of the Paramatma. So through the Maharaj, Paramatma reciprocated. And then finally, the same name, what they thought in the 10 years back, the same name is given by the Maharaj. And we can see that the midst of the
అంటే ఏంటంటే ఇక నేను చెప్పదలుచుకున్నది, మనం చేసే సాధన కానీ, చేసే జపం కానీ, చదివే ప్రభుపాదుల వారి గ్రంథాలు కానీ, మహారాజు ఎక్కడున్నా కానీ ఇక్కడ హృదయంలో ఉన్న పరమాత్మ, అక్కడ హృదయంలో ఉన్నటువంటి పరమాత్మ ఒక్కరే కాబట్టి ఆ సమాచారాన్ని, సందేశాన్ని ఇచ్చి తద్వారా మహారాజుకు తెలియజేస్తారు. కాబట్టి శిష్యులుగా, వారి ద్వారా ప్రేరణ పొందినటువంటి భక్తులుగా, అనుచరులుగా మనం ప్రభుపాద గ్రంథాలు చదవడం కానీ, 16 మాలు జపం పూర్తి చేయడం కానీ, సేవ చేయడం కానీ, మహారాజు గారు ప్రభుపాదుల వారి సూత్రం సింపుల్ లివింగ్ హై థింకింగ్, సరళంగా జీవించండి, ఉన్నతంగా ఆలోచించండి సిద్ధాంతాన్ని తీసుకొని వారు ఎంతగానో కృషి చేస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి మనమందరం కూడా ఏం చేయాలంటే, మనందరి జీవితాలు ఒకసారి చూసుకుంటే మూలాలు ఎక్కడున్నాయి? గ్రామాల్లోనే ఉన్నాయి. సో గ్రామాలంటే ఏంటి? వ్యవసాయము, గోవులు. సో అందుకని మనందరం కూడా వ్యవసాయము అంటే గో ఆధారిత వ్యవసాయము, గో సంరక్షణ, ఈ 2 విషయాల్లో మనకు వీలైనంత ప్రత్యక్షంగా కానీ పరోక్షంగా కానీ, వీలైతే ప్రత్యక్షంగా చేద్దాం, వీలు కాకపోతే చేసే వాళ్ళకి సహాయం చేద్దాం. ఆ విధంగా ప్రత్యక్షంగా పరోక్షంగా మనం కనుక చేయగలిగితే అది మన గురువు గారికి ఈ వ్యాస పూజ మహోత్సవం రోజున నిజమైనటువంటి ఇవ్వగలిగేటువంటి, సమర్పించగలిగేటువంటి బహుమతి అవుతుంది అని తెలియజేసుకున్నాను. హరే కృష్ణ.
So to help the Maharaj, because so Guru is always, so in his heart also Paramatma is there, and our heart also Paramatma is there, and so they are doing the service, and he is doing service for Prabhupada, simply in high thinking. So all we can serve the Maharaj by indirectly or directly helping in the promoting and promoting the simple living and high thinking. we are all coming from the villages, and that's why our roots are the villages, and we should support this. And this is my request for all of you. Cow protection and agriculture is support. Chanting the holy names.
జపం చేయడం, పుస్తకాలు ప్రభుపాద గ్రంథాలు చదవడం, 4 నియమాలు పఠించడం అనేది గురువు గారు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నా పరమాత్మ మన దగ్గర నుండి చూసి గురువు గారికి తెలియజేస్తారు. కాబట్టి ఆ సూత్రాన్ని మనం గట్టిగా నమ్మి గురువు గారు మన పక్కనే ఉన్నట్టుగా భావిస్తూ మనం చేసినట్లయితే అది మనం గురువు గారికి ఇవ్వగలిగేటువంటి నిజమైనటువంటి వ్యాస పూజ బహుమతి. హరే కృష్ణ.
16 rounds, chanting 16 rounds and reading Prabhupada books. So these are all known to the Guru. Following the 4 regular principles. These are very much known to the Guru because same Paramatma is there in his heart and also in our heart, and we should always think that our Guru is knowing everything, and so being a sincere disciple, so we always should follow these 4 regular principles in reading the Prabhupada books and the chanting holy name. So 16 rounds, and we should do sincerely. This is my request for all.
ఈ అవకాశం నాకు ఇచ్చినందుకు మీ అందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
First giving this opportunity, I thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukta Prabhu. Next speaker will be Dr. Venugopal Prabhu. Venugopal Prabhu is a brahmachari. He is a Sanskrit scholar. He has done his PhD in Sandarbha in Banaras University. And he is the Deputy Minister for IDVM. ISKCON Daiva Varnashrama Ministry is a body of ISKCON which focuses on rural development and cow protection and establishing of Daiva Varnashrama. He is the Deputy Minister. He is an eloquent speaker, but kindly make sure it's in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Thank you.
English. Okay, English. Okay. तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः भूतले श्रीमती भक्ति राघव स्वामी नामने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे वर्णाश्रम प्रचारिणे नमो विष्णु पदाय भूतले श्रीमती भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नामने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So thank you very much for all of you for coming here, and I am very much thankful to my Gurudev, and there are so many things are there to share with all of you, but only few things because I have only 3 minutes of the time. So in that 3 minutes of time, so maximum I can remember, so I will remember those and express in front of you, my Gurudev. Actually, from the day one, so Guru Maharaj is very much kind enough and always giving the sufficient counseling for me. So from the 2008. So from the 2008, actually I connected with the Guru Maharaj. So one of the most important thing I saw in Guru Maharaj, so in lectures and also in his actions, that Srila Prabhupada wanted this Daiva Varnashrama Dharma. If you see the Srila Prabhupada's instructions, so most of his last final days, so if you see 75% of his instructions are on establishing the Daiva Varnashrama communities and this kind of reverting the whole society. This is one of the most and foremost desire of the Srila Prabhupada, and that desire is very strongly is taken by our Gurudev, and he is enthusiastically every day that enthusiasm is increasing. Of course, out of there this material world, because that's natural actually, because always humans they try to oppose these things, and because anything good to happen they will not like it. That's there in the natural in the society, but even he is who is standing like a rock solid, that means like a front end warrior, so and he is always encouraging all of us to fulfill the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And I am very much thankful to the Guru Maharaj, so engaging me always in this service. And he is having the one more thing, so he is a great devotee, and being a devotee, we can expect all the good qualities. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavat yakinchana sarvai gunai tatra samaste sura. So you can see the great qualities. So innumerable qualities are there. Like Maharaj, the foremost thing, and I very much inspired lifestyle and he is very much so fixed in his timetable. So we are very much have to learn this. If you all want to learn, especially brahmacharis, so they has to come for the Maharaj association, and Maharaj also expect this desire actually to the brahmacharis come and so have this association. That association is very much important for all of us. And Maharaj, how he maintains, and also the important thing is so the way, that means he deals with devotees. And even though there are a lot of, that means sometimes a number of devotees, they come and patiently replying them and also understanding their problems, and so reciprocating with their love and affection. That is a very much important, and it's not an easy thing. You might be thinking that it's easy, but after traveling with so much journey, and even at the age of now 77 years old, in this age, and so patiently giving the reply for everyone is a not easy thing actually. We'll be getting the frustration for the few minutes. If you deal the 2-3 devotees, immediately you'll feel that what is this actually? It's very difficult, I cannot handle. So that kind of impatience will become, but that's a great quality. And his austerity is also, you have to remember, so he does the Nirjala Ekadasi for, so every Ekadasi Nirjala, and the austerities, even the many he's got to this also. If we say the whose disciple you are, then immediately they remember that, oh, Bhakti Raghava. That means they say that, so he's the man for the austerities actually. He does the austere life, and you can see we are all living in such a comfortable place, and where he is actually living. So to establish Srila Prabhupada's mission and to show the example, he is living in a small hut actually. You can see in the Mayapur and also in the other places, and he is accepting such a high standards and drinking the milk also, which is coming from the Ahimsa milk. So the lifestyle, you can see, you have to learn. So if we are really aspiring, that means some good qualities that will come from the association only. So that's why we are all welcome all of you to come to our Mayapur base, that's the VCF, and I request all of you at least make this some plan and come to that place and see that means spend some time and understand the Guru's mood. It's very much important to understand the Gurudev's mood, and then only we can serve nicely. And but for my personal life, there are so many things Maharaj personally has taken care. For example, in the Benares, one time I said actually to the Gurudev, so I am not able to continue this, and I cannot fully finish this education. Then at that time, Guru Maharaj is always in the mails, he says that, no, you have to finish this education. At that time, I was not able to understand why I have to study so deeply this Sanskrit and so many things, and what is the use. But the Maharaj, they are the very much, that means foreseeing the future vision. So, and that's why, and now I am understanding, so what is the reason behind that, and now I am getting the results also. The same way, so when I got the disagreements with the IBMP, so then after that I came to Gurudev, then I said, so now what should I do? So my next plan is what? And also I give some options to Gurudev actually. I generally disciples, they do same like this. They will be having something in the heart, and they will be saying that, so these things I want to do. Similarly, I also said, so I want to start my own center and I want to do this. Then first time I saw Gurudev is angry on me actually. And then he get angry. Then he said, hey Prabhu, you are the Shastra Brahmachari. You want to follow me or not? So like that he chastised me, and he said to me, so you have to, because I was not having such a great vision for the IDVM, and because I thought that because many days, so it's going on slowly work, and I thought that differently. That means my idea was having a own center and developing everything. But the Maharaj said that no, you have to, so if you are the sincere disciple, you have to follow, that's all. That means no option, no options actually. Then from that day onwards, so I am sincerely following. And anyway, this life is meant for his service. So whatever service he gives, so we have to follow. And especially the saffron to serve him, and also Grosthas, they should understand his mood and try to fulfill his mood. So definitely we are very much lacking what Gurudev wanted. So we are very much lacking. So we are definitely understand that we are very far to come to the standards whatever he is following. And every Grostha has to think for this and change that means life. And next Vyasa Puja, you should see, so how much you are able to match your lifestyle, so as per the teachings of the Gurudev. So that keep on, that means increasing, and if we do, then that will be a great offering than the just verbally speaking. So doing in the actions is a more important. actually. So if we do that and change our life and change the lifestyle as per his instructions, thank you very much for all of you for giving this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Venkata Prabhu. Next, I would invite His Grace Ananda Sesha Prabhu. He is the president of ISKCON Kakinada. He is a very fantastic youth preacher. Now he is doing youth preaching, and this thing is building a nice temple in Kakinada. And also he does the youth village preaching also. Ananda Sesha Prabhu.
Haribol. ओम ज्ञानदिव्यान्तस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकचक्षुर्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय गुरुवे श्रीमते भक्तिरागस्वामिने नमस्ते गौरसेवायां वादौपमात्मनाशंचामि। नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय गुरुवे श्रीमते भक्तिरागस्वामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती गौरवंचामि विशेषं पांचजनस्तामि। Hare Krishna. So most of the pastimes have been shared by my beloved God with us. And I came here to hear from all of you, basically, and also to get the message of Guru Maharaj. And have few things to share, because since 3-4 months, Kinkini Prabhu, who was serving with Maharaj almost 10 to 11 years, very closely, and whenever we get some time, so we were discussing some pastimes, and Kinkini Prabhu was sharing with me. And especially when we are taking Prashadam, at that time we were discussing, he was telling me some pastimes. One of the inspiring pastime, and also which I wish to get that mercy in the future. I think this is in Gita Nagari form. Maharaj was actually, he was trying to take bath, he went to, because there was no running water. So he was trying to lift a bucket of water, but he was, with one leg, he was, that leg was also weak, somehow he could not pick it up. Suddenly he slipped and fell down. When he fell down, there was nobody around him, and he was actually having excruciating pain at his back. So very hardly hit. So he fell on the rock or something, and he was undergoing so much of pain. There was nobody, and he was screaming, but nobody was. There was no help came from other side, and so few hours went on. 1 day gone, 2 days gone, and 3 days, no prashadam, nothing, not even a person came and helped him. After 3 days, somehow somebody came from outside, and they saw Maharaj in such condition, and said he picked him up and gave him some help. And for 3 days, definitely it is an ordinary person who is in a bodily conscious person. It is 100% a great challenge. For me also, I do have even back pain. Sometimes if I have some back pain, so I skip my Mangalarti. But I won't skip my Prashadam, but no, I skip my Mangalarti. So this basically, all of us have different kinds of bodily pains, but Maharaj is different. And he is known for his tapasya. And he has got so much of tapobala, though he is now I think 76 or 77th appearance day, but still he looks so young. Last, Vyasa puja, I think Anagamanjari Mataji, she was sharing, you look so young, Maharaj, she was saying last time in Mayapur, because Maharaj's discipline, everything was so 100%, as other devotees have shared. And on this auspicious occasion, I am begging Maharaj to give me that, so if you can give me some blessings so that I can also get that, tapobala, some kind of austere power. And also it is not easy even for the servants to cope up with Maharaj. One time, Sriram Prabhu wanted to serve Maharaj. So in US, he was actually, he said, certainly I want to do some service for Maharaj. And he was trying to do an entire day for Maharaj. He was cooking and cleaning and everything he was doing. And also at the end of the day, somehow he could not finish his rounds. He wanted to complete his rounds. Maharaj said, so Prabhuji, you have this service, you have to complete this service. Again, he did that also. And hardly he got this, some time to sleep also. He went and slept. At middle of the night, at 1 o'clock, Maharaj said, get up, you have to type this matter urgently at 1 o'clock. So he was bewildered completely. He just got up and started, typing that. In this way, every time he was always, in another sense, he was a missionary. He never forgets his mission. So sometimes it is lacking for everyone in another sense. So this is also a very important lesson which I have learned from Maharaj. And also, apart from that, how much he absorbs in last one passing through. So one leader from recently when he visited Kakinada, at that time, so there was one village program, about 500 people have attended. There, nice drama they performed, Vrindavan Leela. At that time, Maharaj's entire, 1 hour, they performed 1 hour. So that 1 hour, 1.5 hour, so they completely were shooting that. So they were just holding the camera, mobile phone, and they were shooting entire drama. And after that, not only that, and many devotees have been observing that, it's completely while performing, because the drama also on the Vrindavan, big Vrindavan villages. So Vrindavan, the lifestyle of Vrindavan villages. And he was literally, crying. So he completely was immersed in the Leela, he was crying. And all the devotees really, they felt so happy by seeing Maharaj in such condition. And Maharaj, at the end, so Maharaj, some devotees asked, Maharaj, you are crying literally. He said, yes, I like that drama. So in this way, Maharaj, and whenever he hears such kind of pastimes also, Vrindavan pastimes, and such kind of culture, he's so immersed and he's also enjoying that. I hope if I can help Maharaj in such kind of activities, I'll be blessed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, and Vishesh Prabhu. Next, I would request His Grace Srinath Prabhu from Pune to kindly come and share his thing. Srinath Prabhu is a youth preacher, highly inspired by Maharaj, both in youth preaching and also living the rural life. He lives in a farm, preaches to youngsters in the veterinary college and also the merchant navy. Srinath Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. So, I am very fortunate to get the opportunity to speak about this Sangha, about Guru Maharaj. So, Maharaj has come to Pune few occasions. So, I will just focus on one thing, that how Maharaj is very missionary. So, we made a schedule for Maharaj, and then at that time Maharaj got undergone an operation. So the doctor told that he can't travel for the next 1 week. So, but as per the schedule, he is supposed to travel after 3 days. So he stuck to the schedule and he came to Pune and then did all the programs. So on the first day when Maharaj came to Pune, I asked Maharaj, if you want to take rest, you can first take rest, then you can start, we can delay. So Maharaj told, I have committed to you and I will follow what I have committed. So only Maharaj could do like that, because later on I asked the doctor what was the situation. So the doctor was telling it was a very serious case, but I don't know how it could be possible. Only because he is spiritually very elevated, so it is possible. So, and So Maharaj actually he is focused on his mission, especially for village preaching as well as Gurukulas and Varnashrama college. So if we see year on year how Maharaj was actually contributing to Prabhupada. So this year he has Mayapur project this year from last year onwards. So Mayapur Varnashrama College Foundation is going on now. And before that if we see Maharaj established a Gurukula in Hebri and then is inspiring other Gurukulas in other places. So then before that if we see 2 years again behind 108 villages, Maharaj did a project on 108 villages. So if we see in the last 5-10 years how Maharaj was actually adding one by one into his services to Srila Prabhupada. So that shows like how much he is a big missionary. He has a vision and he is behind that vision. So this gives a lot of inspiration from Guru Maharaj, and at this age, especially when he is above 70s, I told all these projects he started after 70s. So it is such a tough thing actually to even think and to analyze also. Then Maharaj, when he came to Pune, he inspired one devotee couple to take to Go Seva, and now actually they are taking care of agriculture, but now they took Go Seva as one of the main prominent thing. Now they have more than 20 cows. Hari Bol. And then recently we started a new Goshala there. So now Pune temple has 2 Goshalas now. So it is all because of Maharaj's inspiration over there. And then we also started recently, earlier we used to do youth preaching in different fields. But now we are specific to veterinary college so that we can in the future get devotee doctors who can take care of cows. And also agriculture college. So we are mostly focusing on them. It is all because of Guru Maharaj's inspiration. Hare Krishna. Thank you Maharaj for all your kind guidance. Because of you we could do all this thing. Hare Krishna.
Next I would invite Gopinath Prabhu. He has to stand beside me too. Gopinath Prabhu is a senior disciple of Maharaj, almost 30 years. He's a doctor, a cancer specialist working for the government of US. It should be visible. Yeah. He is not only my god brother but also my twin brother. We both got initiated on the same day. For Maharaj's information, I have a beautiful photograph of 30 years ago photograph where we both were writing our test for initiation. 30-year-old photograph. I was shaved up, so I was bald and he was having hair. Now it is reverse. So Gopinath Prabhu, by good fortune, was invited by the government of India to speak at G20 summit just concluded 2 days back. He is doing research on Hare Krishna Mantra, the medical benefits of the research on Hare Krishna Mantra. So I request, and he was actually a youth preacher. He's the one who has started the BYS, youth preaching in Manipal, which has produced some of the fantastic devotees. Gopinath.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshvaya Putreshite Bhakti Raghav Swami Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshvaya Putreshite Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Chayani Vishesh Sunyavadi Paschatya Vishadarina. Hare Krishna Maharaj. From my earliest experiences, what I learned from Guru Maharaj is focus on the concept and getting organized to sell the concept. From those 2 things, I could successfully conceive, plan, execute, and complete an international clinical research study on the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna Mahamantra, with an esteemed organization that we have here in Rishikesh, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And from Maharaj Association and Sikandrabad, I learned that the focus one needs to have
to what do you want to present. If you want to present something, it has to be organized. And Maharaj always, every small thing I observed, I went with Maharaj after 2 or 3 months after I came to ISKCON Secunderabad. At that time, I had the fortune of traveling with Maharaj to Vrindavan. And I saw that how we were traveling in the train. In those days, it was called AP Express. I don't know if it's still there, but so that trip, Maharaj knew that I was somewhat like a spoiled kid and Maharaj made sure that we traveled in first class. And I could actually be more focused of Maharaj, how he was very organized, even the way he used to, he would pack his things, everything was so organized and everything is easy to find. I mean, I picked up those things, and then when I had more and more realizations of applying the Hare Krishna Mahamantra teachings of Srila Prabhupada in my own life, I got more inspired I should share with everybody, this message of truth, love, compassion. And then there, Maharaj was Maharaj very useful for me, I can say that. And also, Maharaj is always about the focus on the service. In Vrindavan, we interacted with different other God brothers of Maharaj, and what I was doing is I was paying obeisances every time I saw Maharaj. I said, stop paying obeisances and try to focus on the subject and what your service is, So that's the same thing, Krishna he understands our intentions, and we try to do our best, and in that way we can be more effective in serving our Acharya's teachings. And I'm very grateful for being here in this August assembly of devotees, and it's been my fortune of coming in contact with Guru Maharaj. I hope to continue that. We have a long way to go. I'd like to do more research, and just like Rajaram Prabhu was talking about, we can do some research on cow. There's a lot of research. So the All India Institute of Medical Sciences invited us to do more research, and we can include like cow research. We can collaborate with many different apex bodies like that, and show the greatness of Vedic culture, the holy names, the cows, and
for the benefit of the devotees who came late, I would read out the schedule once again. From now, we will stop the offerings at 1:30. 1:30 we'll stop the offerings. From 1:30 to 2, Guru Maharaj will give his address. And from 2 to 2:30, we will have Guru Puja, Pada Puja, and also devotees coming and offering Pushpanjali simultaneously at 2:30, because most of you are fasting. 2:30, we will go for Prasadam, 10-15 minutes here and there, and come back at 4:30. When I was preparing the schedule yesterday, Sriram was telling on Vyasa Puja, the Guru Bhakti will end after you take the Prasadam. Finish. We are just finished. Forget about 6. I want all of the devotees who are sitting here to prove that wrong and come back here at 4:30, so we can from 4:30 onwards up to 8:30 we will have offerings, because it's such a lovely thing to listen to so many devotees. So till 1:30 we may not cover everybody. We made a list of about 30 to 40 devotees. So I would humbly request all of you, after Prasadam, please come back. It's a very rare opportunity to celebrate Vyasa Puja on the banks of Ganges. I would request Srimati Prabhu to kindly come and give his offerings. Srimati Prabhu is a devotee from Hyderabad. He is the trustee of our Varnashrama Book Trust, which publishes the books of Maharaj. He is also the trustee of DRS Seva Sangha, which is the body which takes care of all Maharaj's Seva and services. He's a wonderful devotee. He's like I don't know if I should say this, but he's the Kubera of our family. Anything we want for Maharaj, he never hesitates and comes forward to do any seva for Guru Maharaj. Srimati Prabhu.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण प्रतिष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति राघव स्वामी नमस्ते गौर सेवायं सदा निवेदिता निर्वादो रूपादतमन्नाशं प्रसाद नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण प्रतिष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य व्यवस्था. My dear spiritual master, on this auspicious day of your holiness 77th Vyasa puja celebrations, I offer my humble obeisance unto your holy Lord Sri Maharaj. Actually, I am not qualified to glorify your holiness Maharaj, but only for my purification, I will try to glorify your holiness Maharaj. His divine way, Srila Prabhupada, very strongly mentioned in his Srimad Bhagavatam purport. To execute the will of the spiritual master, the disciple should be prepared to lay down his life and abandon all personal consideration. Otherwise, the disciple should decide to die. Very strong and inspiring statement and guiding force of a disciple. His divine way, Srila Prabhupada, is the real example of this statement. He left everything for the sake of his Guru. Similarly, you also, Maharaj, to execute the will of your spiritual master, you left your country, your town, your home, your parents. You left everything and completely surrendered to your spiritual master to follow his divine grace instructions. Your holiness proved the words of Srila Prabhupada, how disciple should serve his spiritual master. Your holiness life is the perfect example to all other disciples. Your holiness have completely dedicated and sacrificed your whole life to please your spiritual master and his mission. At the age of 77, your holiness is still rendering great services for your spiritual master's mission with great enthusiasm and love. Your holiness restlessly working to spread the mission of Srila Prabhupada and fulfill desire of Deva Varnashram mission to all over the world. Your holiness took up this as your life and soul and trying to fulfill his divine desire. Now his holiness is mainly focusing on establishing Varnashram college at birthplace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Dear Guru Maharaj, your Sankalpa Balam is so strong, it is not even comparable to the limitless sky. Your guiding force is your Sankalpa. Maharaj, when you first said about establishing a Varnashram college at Sri Mayapur Dham, I personally thought it is very difficult to construct and develop this project due to my material thoughts and calculations. Of that I realized is that your Sankalpa Balam is so strong, and because of this strong desire, everything got into place. My all material thoughts got defeated in front of your strong spiritual desire. Dear Guru Maharaj, you are so selfless, you won't expect anything from anyone. You treat all your disciples equally. You are so merciful. You always forgive all our mistakes and you are very kind upon all of us. You are always peaceful, calm and joyful. You feel very happy and satisfied for very small thing that your disciples do. All glories to you, Maharaj. Dear Maharaj, your literary contribution to Srila Prabhupada Deva Varnashram mission is marvelous. Your Holiness published so many publications on Deva Varnashram Dharma. So many devotees are showing very much interest to read your books. By reading they are getting inspiration to practice their Varnashram Dharma and also particularly practicing establishing farm projects and protecting mother cows. This is your great success, Maharaj. All glories to Maharaj. My dear spiritual master, I am very fortunate to having a wonderful Vaishnavacharya as my spiritual master. You are my beloved spiritual father, and your lotus feet is my eternal center, life after life. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Srimati Prabhu. Next, I would request Chaitanya Hari Prabhu from Malaysia. Chaitanya Hari Prabhu is a disciple of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami, but still he is so fond of Maharaj that and Maharaj's mission that now he is building a house just beside Maharaj's kutir. I mean, that's enough to say his introduction. In Mayapur, where Maharaj kutir is there, he is just building his house. He is going to be the faculty of our Varnashrama college, and so much into the concept of rural life and village preaching. Chaitanya Hari Prabhu.
Om Ajnanatirmandasya Jnanajana Salakaya Chakshurumilitanena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Namaha Sri Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Nargayati Kripa Tamaham Mande Sri Guru Tarinam Paramanandamara Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Hare Krishna. I am very fortunate to be present here, and by Prabhu's kind heart, he asked me to give some glorification on Maharaj, all my experience with Maharaj. As we all know how Krishna's glorification come before Krishna come to this earth, before he appeared as Sri Krishna. So like that, I get to know Maharaj glory before I met Maharaj. That is back in early 90s. And that time one of Maharaj's brother, His Grace Gaurumandala Prabhu from Indonesia, used to come and stay in my house. So every time he come and stay, he always tell me, you must meet this Maharaj, you must meet this Maharaj. So by hearing Maharaj's glory, actually, he was telling about how Maharaj was preaching. And that time I was preaching in the university, so he was telling, His Grace Gaurumandala Prabhu was telling how Maharaj is preaching all the youth in India and in other countries. So I actually very eager want to meet Maharaj and invite him for a program. And in 1994, early, I think, that's the first time I met Maharaj, and he was very kind. He came to my house, and that's when I started getting to know Maharaj. And since then, Maharaj has been guiding me, and he has been helping me in my spiritual life, in my preaching activity to the university student. And in 1999, actually, Maharaj with His Holiness Bhakti Vignavinasha Maharaj, they agreed to participate and become the main speakers for youth camp that we organized in Penang, Malaysia. So for 4 or 5 days, Maharaj and His Holiness Bhakti Vignavinasha, they were there, and more than 20 students and youth came and joined. Out of that, I think 90% of them are initiated now. Maybe 1 or 2 only are still struggling. But the influence that Maharaj had on this youth is tremendous, especially when I'm doing in the university preaching. I think all the quite a number of times the student will come in my house, or we will go and do the preaching in university. And I've taken Maharaj, and actually Maharaj sometimes comes and do program in the centers. So like this, Maharaj has so many wonderful qualities, like what devotees were saying. And in 1996, actually, I have another opportunity. Actually, before the camp, I went to Indonesia for a Bhagavad Saptaha, and Maharaj is one of the main speaker. And I can see how austere Maharaj was there during that Bhagavad Saptaha. For 7 days, he never take any grains. He only drink some fruit juice, that's all. Then I learned all this from Maharaj. He was so kind to everybody. He have actually nurtured me so much. I have more association directly with Maharaj if I compare with my own Guru Maharaj. And in 2004, I have a very good opportunity to serve Maharaj personally. He came to Penang actually to do his PhD at that time in Penang, the university that I was preaching, and I was there doing my research also. And Maharaj stayed in my apartment. This apartment actually is specifically only for our preaching activity. So Maharaj was staying there alone. And that's when Vasudam Prabhu came. And I get to know him also since then. And so many Malaysian devotees there actually helped us to take care of Maharaj's needs from his prashadam arrangement and everything. And I personally was very gifted to actually daily I would go and see Maharaj to make sure everything is there. And he had been always kind with me. He just take care of me like his own spiritual son. So this is how much I have so fortunate to have Maharaj guiding me, and that continues not only in my spiritual life. Even I have some material life problem in my marriage. Maharaj has been becoming counseling also and he appoint another devotee to help me and my wife. So he has taken care in so many ways. I think if I start talking many things, we don't have time. I've given 2 minutes plus 1. 2 plus 1. So let's fast forward my whole situation. That 1 year, I remember Maharaj was there and he did a lot of research, and I learned even to do my own research from Maharaj. He was so organized, so systematic. He's very punctual in everything. You know, Maharaj had completed, I haven't completed my PhD. So I'm still writing up my thesis. I don't know how. See that I learned from Maharaj how to focus the mind, everything, whether it's spiritual or material. In both also we need a lot of, our mind have to be very clear. So I'm still learning, and now I'm already taking Vanaprastha, and also by Maharaj mercy, I came in to Mayapur in 2021, December, after the COVID. Before the COVID, I was stuck in Malaysia for 2 years plus. I was struggling, you know, I had no association of Vaishnavas, all the sannyasis, or even Mayapur. So when I came here, by Krishna's mercy, the first person I saw is Vasudam Prabhu. He was going on the motorbike. I was so shocked, and he can recognize me because that time I came with totally a different appearance. I have a full beard. He recognized me immediately. This is so good. And he told me Maharaj is here, and I went to see Maharaj, and we have get back. And I was so happy to hear that Maharaj is starting the Varnashram College. And actually Maharaj wanted me to get one of the duplex bungalow. But then I say, no, I'm not going to go for house or anything like that. And I think Maharaj had discussed with all the other devotees, and by his kind shelter, he accepted me as one of the faculty member for the Varnashram College, and he also let me do the putti next to him. So I am very, very grateful, and I would like to continue serving Maharaj and get his blessings. And also I ask all the blessing of all the Vaishnava devotees here, so you all also give me blessings so that I can continue to serve the Vaishnava community through this Varnashram College, and also some other activity that I am getting involved in a TOP in Mayapur, so that I can continue to remain in Mayapur. Some other, my own Guru Maharaj, Swami Jayapataka Maharaj, I had opportunity to get, like I said, very difficult to see him. After 1 whole year, I got to see him at the end of last December, and he told me to serve 6 months in Mayapur and 6 months in Malaysia. So this is my routine. And after this ceremony, I'll be going back to Malaysia for a few months. And I also have traveled with Maharaj so many other places, even in Sumatra, to the Nikita Nagari farm. I think so many wonderful pastime actually I have in Maharashtra. But now we have lack of time, and I'd like to hear also from all of you. Jai Vachakalpatruya Kripa Sindhu Bhaktanam Pavanam Vaishnavyo. Jai Sri Bhaktirama Jai Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Chaitanya Prabhu. Next, I would request Karol Mataji, Guru Maharaj's sister, to speak. I do not know much about you, Mataji, to introduce you. But you are my Guru Maharaj sister means you are a very, very special and blessed soul. Kindly enlighten us about Guru Maharaj's childhood pastimes.
Hare Krishna. Do we have a translator? Are we having it? Okay. It is an honor and a privilege to be here and celebrating your 77th birthday. Maharaj met me in 1960. I say he met me because I was just a baby.
So, हमारा ये सौभाग्य है कि हम यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं महाराज के 77वें व्यास पूजा पर.
So we are many years apart, and for those of you who have siblings who are many years apart, you know that you don't remember them as a child because they often leave and go elsewhere. And in Maharaj's case, he was a seeker of life and of education and of purpose at a very young age.
So हम देखते हैं कि हम बहुत साल से एक प्रकार से बिछड़े हुए हैं, पर आपका कोई भाई बहन जब काफ़ी समय के लिए बिछड़ते तो हमें उनके बचपन की कुछ चीज़ें याद आती हैं. तो हमें भी महाराज जो हैं बचपन से ही जीवन के सत्य के बारे में खोज करने के बारे में सोचते थे और शिक्षा के बारे में कि जीवन कैसा होना चाहिए.
Maharaj also felt the challenge of life at a very young age. I don't know how old you were when you got polio.
So बचपन में महाराज जो थे वो जीवन के साथ संघर्ष कर रहे थे. तो मुझे याद है कि उनको बचपन में पोलियो हुआ था.
So as a child, and he was young, he had to have many operations, as many did, who had polio, to try and give the ability to walk as best as one could.
तो महाराज जैसे कि बचपन से ही बीमार थे तो उनके बहुत सारे ऑपरेशन हुए पोलियो के लेकर कि वो अच्छे से चल सकें.
I think my mother and our mother would say that he was never a child to complain or to say he was not feeling well or in a great deal of pain.
तो मेरी माता बताती हैं कि वो ऐसे बच्चे थे जो कि कभी भी किसी चीज़ के लिए शिकायत नहीं करते थे कि मैं बीमार हूँ या मैं ये काम नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ.
He was adored by his parents. He was very much loved by his siblings, and he became someone in our family that we recognize had a path ahead of him that may or may not resemble ours.
So वो बचपन से ही सबको प्रिय थे, माता पिता भाई बहन सबको बहुत प्रिय थे वो. और हम देखते हैं कि वो जीवन के बारे में जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
After finishing his university and entering the work life, he could not find satisfaction, even though he had tried a few paths. He had tried to follow the religious path in the Catholic religion. He had tried to follow the path of social worker and the path of giving service to others. He had and pursued those for years, but that was not deeply satisfying.
तो जैसे ही उनकी शिक्षा खत्म हुई स्कूल और विश्वविद्यालय से, तो उन्होंने खोज करनी स्टार्ट की। वो पूरी तरह से हम बोले संतुष्ट नहीं हो पाए अपने जीवन से। तो उन्होंने विविध धर्म जैसे कैथोलिक अपने धर्म के, क्रिश्चियन जो ईसाई धर्म में रहने की कोशिश की, उसमें जानने की कोशिश की, और या तो समाज सुधारक के रूप में उन्होंने जानने की कोशिश की, बट वो पूरी तरह से संतुष्ट नहीं हो पाए।
It was truly only when he was introduced to Krishna consciousness that he felt an attraction like he had likely never felt before, and then he had to tell his family.
So उन्हें पूर्णतः संतुष्टि तब मिली जब वो हरे कृष्णा आंदोलन के साथ जुड़े, तो उन्होंने हमें बताने की कोशिश की।
You can imagine we are a Canadian family. We lived in as a French-Canadian family in very simple ways. And for one day, for my brother to tell our mother that he was going to be joining the Hare Krishna could have been a different outcome than it was.
तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि हम एक फ्रेंच कैनेडियन फैमिली से थे। तो मैंने जब माता को बताया कि वो हरे कृष्ण आंदोलन में जुड़ने वाले हैं या जुड़ रहे हैं, तो उनका कैसा बोले कि उसका विचार क्या होगा।
However, our mother was very supportive and basically said, if this is what makes you happy and if this is a path you wish to follow, I will support you. And with her blessing, I think it must have eased. I don't know, I've never asked, but it must have eased his conscience. And from that day on, in the mid-70s, he's been with ISKCON. And for us, and I can speak for myself, but I can also extend it on behalf of our family. The genuine person, the selfless person, the humble person, the serving person is one whom we have known our whole life. And so the characteristics that he holds today or that you see today, he was born with it. So we are all indeed very blessed to have known Hare Krishna.
हमारी माता ने बचपन से ही हमें पता लगा कि हरे कृष्ण आंदोलन में जुड़ गए हैं, तो हमारी माता ने इनको बहुत ज़्यादा सहयोग दिया। और उन्होंने बताया कि बचपन से ही इनकी वो चीज़ में इच्छा थी। और अभी हमारी पूरे परिवार में एक ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्हें हम बहुत करीब से जानते हैं कि जो बहुत ज़्यादा विनम्र हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा सेवा भाव वाले हैं, जिनकी आप अभी तारीफ कर रहे हैं।
So thank you all, my nieces and nephews.
Thank you.
This is the book where my Guru Maharaj's spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, whatever he wanted, Guru Maharaj is following in that. Whatever he does is because of this book and these instructions. Thank you, Mataji. It was such a delight to know that Guru Maharaj's mother has very easily given permission for Maharaj to continue. So, wherever she is, I'm sure she would be extremely happy for the kind of achievement Maharaj has done in this world. So, thank you, Maharaj. Next, I would request Rasmandal Prabhu to come on the stage to give his offering. Rasmandal Prabhu stays in Hyderabad. He is our editor for all the books of Maharaj. He is the editor. He is very much into cow grazing thing, the cow protection and how to take care of cows and grazing system, improving the quality of the soil, and also is a man of quality management. Rashmandal.
Please accept my humble obeisance, Maharaj. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashabhadra Srimati Bhakti Raga Sampradaya. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashabhadra Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Samitranami. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachani. Nirvishesha Shunyavad Paschyata Deshataya. I think it was in 2005. I first time entered ISKCON. I think I was around 50 years. Though I used to pass by ISKCON, but I never made a point to enter into ISKCON. I don't know. There was some reasons for that. And then when I entered ISKCON, and that's now I think I'm still in ISKCON. So I think I thank you, Maharaj, for considering me as a disciple. And I remember that I do not know what qualifications I had. It's only Maharaj, through your mercy, that I could understand, or at least you engaged me in some services. And I think sitting here and I hear your glorifications, I think it's like showing a lamp to the sun. So, first thing that I think the service that Maharaj gave us, his books, gave me an opportunity to dedicate the books actually. Maharaj was used to be very vivid writer actually. I mean, he used to be very, very, very eloquent writer actually. There was not much that as editor we had to do. It's just that going through and then putting some here and there, some commas and other things. Otherwise, it's very perfect in his language. And having worked on Maharaj books for many years, I did not know that what is he going to give to me actually in my spiritual life, other than initiating me, and then I said, okay, let me have my 16 rounds and 4 regulative principles. I was working, but then slowly, I don't know, when I was doing this editing, it took us a very, very involved activity because you have to go through very meticulously. So it was a very constant activity. But then now I realized that he had some game plan for me actually. Because I was working for an international agriculture organization based in Hyderabad. And for 15 years I was there working with Karmis, agriculture in the Karmis, a lot of contaminated and polluted fertilizers, chemicals and all. So when I was working on the books of Maharaj, I think he made me realize that this is not the way we can go ahead. It's not environmental friendly actually. So then slowly I started go deeper into that. And one of the first terms that I at least got a little bit of understanding was Krishi and Goraksha actually. There is some relationship between Krishi and Goraksha. Fortunately, I could work on some land projects, and then I was still continuing with that. So there's a strong relationship between Gomata, Bhudevi and Lord Krishna and our own future actually. So if we were to take care of the future, then we have to see how cows are important and what's the relationship that the Gomata and Bhudevi has. Actually, we can see from Bhagavatam the relationship that's there very clearly established. Without cow care or cow protection, I think the future is very bleak for us, the way I think the progress is going on. And the other aspect is when I was just trying to My mother used to tell, she used to sing that next life let me be a Nandi coward. So I used to wonder that why is she trying to be a Nandi coward? And when I started going through this Bhagavatam and then with the mercy of the Guru and the Vaishnavas, I realized it's not so easy to go to Vrindavan. We think that it's so easy to go to Vrindavan because Uddhav, if you see Uddhav, such an exalted devotee, he feels that let me change my species from human beings to a grass in Vrindavan. And the other devotee, is Lord Shiva. He says, let me change my gender. He did try to change his gender, but then he actually had a very, very tough situation. And Lord Brahma says, let me change from inanimate to animate actually. So now I realize that going to Vrindavan is very, very tough, and unless we try to understand the relationship with the cow, Krishna and the land actually. So thank you Maharaj for giving this opportunity, and then at least I don't know how I can serve further, but then efforts are on Maharaj. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Rashmandal Prabhu. Before we call on the next speaker, I have a very important announcement to make for the pleasure of the Vaishnavas and Guru Maharaj and all that this year, starting from June 2nd onwards to next year, will be the Golden Jubilee celebration of Guru Maharaj of joining ISKCON. Maharaj has started ISKCON in 1974. 2024 will complete 50 years in Bhakti, in devotional service, in the service of Srila Prabhupada. 50 years in Bhakti is a big time. To celebrate this, we have planning a 50-week celebrations where we will be having, it will be a celebrations among the BRS family, where we will be having different competitions about Maharaj. This celebration is about to revisit the achievements Maharaj has made in last 50 years. We will have different 50 types of competitions where we will have art, we'll have a painting competitions, we'll have storytelling, elocution and all that things. The first competition would be to design a logo and design a name for this whole celebration, which will be starting on June 2nd. June 2nd is Panihati Chiradahi festival. This festival, why we have chosen the date is Panihati is a place of one of the very close associate of Lord Chaitanya, Raghava Pandit. Raghava Pandit was the name that was given to Guru Maharaj by his spiritual master. So we are starting the festival on June 2nd on to May 21st, 2024. May 21st, 2024 is Guru Maharaj's calendar birthday. So we'll have a souvenir, we'll bring out a big souvenir. And one request I would allow to request, the whole details will be rolled out in next few days, but one request, because all of you can take a pledge on the Vyasa Puja day, is that we want all of you to distribute at least 50 books of Maharaj. You have 50 weeks, so 50 books of Maharaj is not a difficult thing. And we will give you everybody will have prizes. The top 10 book distributors will be given special prizes. There will be special prizes for all the competitions that we are taking. So it's with kind permission of Maharaj, so we'll start our roll at our festival. Next I would request Krishna Chandra Prabhu. Krishna Chandra Prabhu is Brahmachari who's preaching, doing his wonderful preaching in Bellary, part of South India. He's taken up the Maharaj's instruction of village preaching and farming to his heart, and does extensive preaching in the villages. Krishna Prabhu.
Mukam karoti vachalam, pangum langhete girim, yet krupa tamaham mande Shri Gurum Dinataya. Yet krupa tamaham mande Shri Gurum Dinataya. Srila Prabhupada left India and went to US or America to serve his Guru Maharaj. Our Guru Maharaj is known as Bhakti Raghoswami Maharaj. He left America and came to India for the same purpose of serving his Guru. So I asked Maharaj, where I should go to serve my Guru? Maharaj told, you go to village. So I went to village and I am trying to serve Maharaj in village. So actually, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has pointed one very important point he has told many times. That is, in the second chapter, Krishna says, you are not this body, you are a spirit soul. You are. So, to tell that, Krishna given so many shlokas. Dehinosmin yata dehe kaumaram yauvanam jara tata dehantara praptir dhira sakra namuyati. Vasamsi jirnani yata vihaya navani gruhnoti naropane tata sharirani vihaya jirna anyani samyati navani pili. Like this 20 shlokas he has spoken about soul. You are not this body, you are spirit soul. After that, Arjuna asked a very significant, very important question. We also know that we are spirit soul theoretically, but a person who is practically living on that platform of spirit soul, what are the symptoms? Sthita prajnasya ka abhasha, samadhistasya keshava, sthita dihi kim prabhasheta kim asita vrajeta kim. Second chapter, 54th verse. Arjuna is asking, what are the symptoms of a person who is living on spiritual platform? For that, Krishna has explained, Dukkeshu anudvigna manaha, Sukeshu vigataspraha, Vitaraga bhayakrodaha, Stitadir muniruchyate. A person who is not disturbed, even in the greatest misery or difficulty, he is a pure devotee. In the same way, our Guru Maharaj, when he met with that Dakai attempt, where they have thrown bomb, Maharaj almost lost his leg. Even at that time, the people who have seen Maharaj, they said, he was not at all disturbed. He was very peacefully chanting Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That we can imagine. Maharaj is, from long time, he is in spiritual platform only. He wants to bring all of us to that platform. So that's why he is preaching everywhere. So we request all of you to follow Maharaj and come to that spiritual platform. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Krishna Chandra Prabhu. Next, I would request His Grace Sri Ram Prabhu. Sri Ram Prabhu is the president of ISKCON Mangalore, and also he runs a farm called Kamyavan, inspired by Maharaj's instructions, very close to Hyderabad. A beautiful farm, exactly what the desire of Guru Maharaj is there. He is implementing there in the farm of cow protection, agriculture. He is also the head of our Miapur, the city. He has a center. Sri Ram Prabhu.
Thank you, Maharaj. Very happy to be part of everyone here. I remember I met Guru Maharaj in 2005 in Secunderabad. The first day I met him, he said, asked me to take some photos. His favorite thing. I was wearing the six-pack jeans at the time. So I took all the photos, and he also, there was a projector. He asked me to set it up, and I did. And I don't know how to unplug the projector. Instead of switching on the power, I removed the plug. And that the first chastisement I got from Guru Maharaj. You don't unplug the stuff. That's where my life started. And I thought, okay, the photographs is a simple service, you should continue. Then Maharaj said, book my tickets. Then we started booking his tickets. I was actually doing his secretary work. Wherever Guru Maharaj goes, we used to call them and make sure whatever Maharaj needs, I thought this is the best service. With comfort I can do it. Then Maharaj said, go to Hebri. So then we went to Hebri. We don't know about cows. I'm a passionate engineer. I'm a special design chips in the flights. I design for, it's called aerospace engineering. So I was very fond of engineering work. And Maharaj said, you should learn about farming. So no clue about farming and cows. Then after traveling on farms, then after some time Maharaj said, you should do management in ISKCON. So he made me in charge of Mangalore. I was the youngest temple president in that zone. I don't know anything about ISKCON. But Maharaj said, you should do it. So we started running whatever Maharaj says. He actually had a vision to do things. When we be part of it, how we have become successful. Even fool like me doesn't know anything. With Guru Maharaj's vision and mission, if you're engaged, I feel myself, how come I am doing like this, how come I'm here? When I was in Hyderabad, Secunderabad time, Venugopal Prabhu came to our room. I gave Bhagavad Gita. I said, my Guru Maharaj seminars are there in Mayapur. You come and participate. So Maharaj every year used to give a seminar in Mayapur about land, cows and Krishna. So he came first time to Guru Maharaj seminar. He said, this Maharaj doesn't speak about Krishna, only cows and land. What is this? I said, you wait for some time, you will know. After 1 year, the same guy is giving seminar on the same topic. So this is the transformation from Guru Maharaj. Even like the dumb person like me can become, now after many years doing whatever Guru Maharaj says, now I forgot my engineering, no more passion. So thank you Guru Maharaj for engaging us all these years. Without your engagement, I would have been doing something else in the flights, chasing some chips. Maybe the next life I would have become a rat in the flights. So by only your mercy, we are fully engaged. I still remember when Guru Maharaj started Bhadra campaign, placing Srimad Bhagavatam sets in the villages. And Guru Maharaj started something new. We should place Bhagavatam sets in villages. And everybody said, villages, even devotees are not reading Bhagavatam. Even educated people should, it's a 18-volume books. To reach educated people also, people are not reading books nowadays. Maharaj said, no, we should place Bhagavatam sets in villages. Last 3 years, we have placed more than 4,000 Bhagavatam sets in villages. Now, it's a trend. Last time we went and placed one Chaitanya Charitamrita in one village, a small village in Telangana, very remote village. And they have finished 11 cantos of Bhagavatam in that village, reading the books. And they're chanting Hare Krishna. They were non-vegetarians, they became vegetarians. So I was thinking, whatever vision of Guru Maharaj, placing Bhagavatam sets in the village, it's working. And that person who they read every day, 2 hours Bhagavatam, Telugu language. And I was thinking, whatever Maharaj has a vision, that time, because of our education system, we don't understand. But I think if we fully commit to it, whatever he says, I think there is a lot of success coming up. By Guru Maharaj mercy now, placing Bhagavatam sets and Chaitanya Charitamrita sets in ISKCON is a trend. And it's whatever he does, he did youth preaching, it became a brand. He did village preaching without so many failures. Guru Maharaj's focus never changed, and he is chasing something rhinoceros. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for showing us the path. And we'll be grateful for engaging fools like me in at least this mission. Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sri Ram Prabhu. Being a MC, Master of Ceremony, has an advantage that you can choose when to speak, but not how long to speak. So I'll stick to the schedule of just 3 minutes. Even though 3 hours is not enough for me to share, because Maharaj sister said 3 hours is not enough for me to share, but I'll definitely stick to the schedule. We are celebrating Guru Maharaj's Vyasa puja on the banks of Ganga. This is such a wonderful place. This land is called Devabhumi. Another name for Ganga is Bhagirathi. Bhagirathi means, for the Mataji's information, there was a sage who has brought Ganga from the heavenly planets to planet Earth. Demigods tried to bring her, but it was not possible for bring Ganga to Earth. Bhagirathi, the Bhagirata, sage Bhagirata was so determined to take up the task of impossible activity of bringing the Ganga to planet Earth. Ganga originally originates from the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. So he did penance for thousands of years so that she would agree to come. So when Mother Ganga agrees to come to the planet Earth, she said, if I come to the earth, there will be destruction, because she flows with a heavy flow. Then he did penance for thousands of years to request Lord Shiva to carry her in the head and slow down her flow and this thing. So in Telugu we have a phrase called Bhagirata Prayatnam, means the effort of Bhagirata, means somebody who is so determined to do something is called Bhagiratas. My Guru Maharaj is nothing less than Bhagirata, because to establish Varnashrama in this Kali Yuga, in the present condition, is a next to impossible task. But just because his Guru instructed that you people have to establish Varnashrama, he is determined. Many people, like I said, when Ganga comes, there will be destructions. There are many people within our society and also outside. They said Varnashrama will create destruction. I mean, it is a caste system, it's create destruction. People who don't understand. Like how Bhagirata has got Lord Shiva, Guru Maharaj has made that Daiva Varnashrama, the Varnashrama of the gods. So this task which Maharaj is taking up will extremely be useful for the thousands and thousands of years to come. Just like Ganga purifies the planet, my Guru Maharaj's work of Varnashrama at the age of 77, sometimes I feel, how is it possible? Like somebody was saying, even if you yesterday I went out in the hot sun for 3 hours to buy some purchases, I got a severe headache. I couldn't go out of the room, and then I was operating all my organizing from the room. But my Guru Maharaj is not like that. He has the strength of 1,000 elephants to do this. So I would pray to Mother Ganga that he lives about 108 years to get this established, and that will be the gift of like how Ganga purifies this Varnashrama vision will be a greatest blessing for the planet and for all humanity. Thank you, Maharaj, and kindly forgive me if I have done any offenses at your lotus feet. Hare Krishna. Next, we'll have Satyamadhav Prabhu. Satyamadhav Prabhu used to take care of our accounts of IDVM. He stays in Hyderabad, and he is a host of our Maharaj. Wherever Maharaj arrives in Hyderabad, he stays in his house. So he is a very fortunate soul to be able to directly serve Maharaj.
नमो विष्णुपदे कृष्णपृष्ठे तुलसीते भक्ति राम स्वरूप नमस्ते गौरसेयं सदा नित्यत्व योगोपबोधोत्तमनस्मप्रचारिणे नमो विष्णुपदे कृष्णपृष्ठे तुलसीते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी प्रचार्य सदारिणे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे राम हरे कृष्ण. Guru Maharaj, I am very much fortunate to have your darshan in 2013, the ISKCON mention. First time I met you in the ISKCON mention. Thereafter, with God's mercy, I got initiated in the 2014, May 19th, 2014, the Sri Ram Jagannath Puri Dham Maharaj. With our God's mercy, with 5 months of you accepted me as your disciple. Thereafter, Maharaj, first time you visited my residence in 2015 and named as a Madhav Bhavan. Thank you, Maharaj. After that, in 2015 itself, you have taken me in the ISKCON Daivagunavasrama ministry and doing the accounting job. Being a chemical engineering, I don't know anything about accounting. Because of your God's mercy, from that onwards still I am continuing the accounts of IDM India Maharaj. And in 2017, your God's mercy, you have stayed in the Madhav Bhavan for a year. So still that moments are, every time we will discuss, myself and my Manimanjari, that moments, and we will discuss in the that year, that moments we will recollect Maharaj. And after that, in Madhav Bhavan, we are worshipping the Lord Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra Maya. And every year we will do the Ratha Yatra for our deities. This is the 5th consecutive year we are doing, celebrating the Jagannath Ratha Yatra for our deities. Out of 5th, you kindly accepted and you came for 4 Ratha Yatras of our deities, Maharaj. We missed one because of Corona, and still I request you to continue the visit for the Jagannath Shobhayatra, Maharaj. And one thing, as a disciples, I can see that, Maharaj, what are the tough tasks is there, that only you will choose, Maharaj. Taking the Varnasrama ministry, Varnasrama mission is the very tough task. You have taken that, Maharaj. And preaching in Indonesia is a very tough task. For you have taken that, Maharaj. Preaching in Cambodia. So what I thought that by as a disabled, what I feel that one thing you have to take up that tough tasks. That only I have to learn, Maharaj. Thank you, Hare Krishna, giving this opportunity. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Satyamada Prabhu. Next, Maharaj will be addressing all of us. It's 1:30 already, so as per schedule, we will stick to the schedule because most of you are fasting, and then that will be there. I would request the devotees who are into Pada Puja, please come on to the stage and start preparation. Maharaj will give his address for 30 minutes, and exactly at the, what's the time now? Yeah. As at 2 p.m. We will start the Guru Puja. Today also happens to be one of our child of our BRS family, Avantika's birthday. Come on, put this to Maharaj. So today is her birthday. Maharaj, please.
The birthday child is darling in the birthday ball.
Two children, I mean, in fact, Bhagirath, Sriram's son, and her birthday, your birthday, all as per the, they are fortunate souls. Yeah, who's the next? Yeah. Devotees who are doing the Pada Puja, please come onto the stage. It's Maharaj's not request but order that one Mataji should come, Mandali Mataji. Like just such Maharaj is asking. పటేల్ మధ్య రండి, ఏదో ఒకటి 2 నిమిషాలు. Or anyone of them. No, let her come. She started. పర్లేదు, let her chill. She started. మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు ఆఫర్ లేదు కదా. It's easy to manage Prabhuji's, difficult to manage Mataji's. They're all confused who's to speak. Mayapur Shashi? No, this is come. Okay, Mayapur Shashi will speak.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति राघव स्वामी निति नामिने नमस्ते. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी निति नामिने. Hare Krishna. I haven't really prepared anything to speak. First of all, let me wish Guru Maharaj a very, very happy Krishna conscious birthday. Yeah. So Maharaj has been, engaging us in every way possible. He whatever we do, little things, he is always, appreciating us so that, we are motivated to do better. The simplest of things have been appreciated, acknowledged by Maharaj. That's Maharaj's USP, you can see. So we feel, very special. The other day, I had visited Mayapur Dham, Maharaj's new kutir. So there was only one devotee, that is Sudama Vipra, who was taking care of everything. So Maharaj was inside in his kutir, and the place, it was a mango orchard. So there was obviously many mango leaves had fallen down. I just took a menial service of just sweeping up the place, and Maharaj probably has noticed it from inside. And when he came out for the darshan, he told, the mango orchard looks very clean. Thank you, Maharaj. It was such a, service which doesn't even need a mention. But Maharaj makes it a point, not just this one time. I've seen it every single time I do a small service, because Maharaj knows probably these people are such dumb heads. They need constant encouragement and, show of affection so that they continue the work. Maharaj makes it a point to, mention every single small seva that we do. So that's our Guru Maharaj's mercy. We're very, very thankful for that, Maharaj. And we wish and we pray to Lord Narasimhadev that let him bless our Guru Maharaj with very, very long, healthy life and give his association to us and make sure we all progress in our bhakti. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
For the introduction of Mataji, is my better half, bitter half, whatever you call it. For your pleasure, I would like to mention my eldest son is named after my Guru Maharaj. His name is Raghava. Hare Krishna.
I just need to keep track of it. Yes, also. Yeah. I have my cell phone. Thank you.
श्री चैतन्य स्थापितं जैन भूतले स्वयं रूपा गदामार्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी हस्तचरिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम सरभ्याय नमः ओम सरभ्याय नमः ओम सरभ्याय नमः मुखं करोति वासनं पांगुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपामहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं निरतारं यत्कृपामहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं निरतारं हरे कृष्ण Do we have anyone translating? Translation. Come here. Hindi, because not everyone follows English. So I'd like to begin by again thanking all of you who have come all the way to Rishikesh, some of you from very far away, to be part of this celebration today.
आज हम आपके घर से बहुत ऋषिकेश में आए हैं कि सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए महोत्सव को मनाने के लिए
I would especially like to thank the organizers because whenever we have the such type of ceremony, Vyasa puja, I'm usually stuck with one of those chairs that is like this wide and goes up like this. So I have a lot of space today.
तो मैं स्पेशल धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजर को संयुक्ता को जिन्होंने इस बार बहुत ही अच्छा सा सोफा हमें दिया है कई बार वो कुर्सी देते हैं कि थोड़ा सा पतला होता है फिर ऊपर से बड़ा होता है तो पैर उसमें फंस जाते हैं अभी मेरे पास अच्छा है कि मैं खुला डुला बैठा हूँ
I mean, it's not that we're attached to sofas. But we are actually, as devotees, we're attached to sitting arrangement that is more like simple and more comfortable.
तो मैं ज़्यादा ही सोफा का वो शौकीन नहीं हूँ पर जो वक्त रहते हैं थोड़ा सा भक्तों के लिए अच्छा रहता है ऐसे बैठने में.
So definitely coming to a place like Rishikesh, like I was not expecting that we would have a ceremony on the bank of the Ganges. Nobody told me actually. They don't tell me everything, right? But that was very, at least for me, and I'm sure for all of you, very inspiring to not only be here in Rishikesh, but actually to have this initiation ceremony just right there on the bank of the Ganges.
वैसे तो हम ऋषिकेश में हैं तो मुझे पता नहीं था कि व्यास पूजा और जो हमारी दीक्षा समारोह होगा गंगा के तट के किनारे होगा. ये ज़्यादातर मुझे ये लोग कुछ ज़्यादा बताते नहीं हैं पर बहुत ही हम भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप लोगों दीक्षा जो है वो गंगा तट के किनारे होगा.
As we were hearing a little earlier,
one of the speakers was referring to Mother Ganga and how the Ganges actually originates from the causal ocean. There's an ocean dividing the spiritual world and the material world, as we learn from Shastra.
तो अभी कुछ देर पहले हम एक वक्ता को सुन रहे थे जिन्होंने बताया कि जो गंगा है उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा वर्णन किया महत्व के बारे में, गंगा के महत्व के बारे में कि गंगा जो है जो हमारे कारण सागर से निकलती है, जो कि हमारे आध्यात्मिक जगत और भौतिक जगत को अलग करती है.
And that is one of the many reasons why the land of India is fortunate and considered very sacred, because the Ganga only flows on this tract of land known as India or Bharatvarsha.
तो भारतवर्ष जो है बहुत ही भाग्यशाली है कि इतनी पवित्र नदी जो है ऊपर से बह के आ रही है और हमें प्राप्त हो रही है.
Yes, actually, the Ganges also flows, probably unknown to most of the devotees. It was unknown to me just a few years ago. The Ganges also flows in Cambodia.
अच्छा, मुझे ये बहुत अच्छा और मुझे भी कुछ साल पहले ही पता लगा कि कंबोडिया में भी गंगा जो है बहती है.
The Ganges in Cambodia is known as the Mekong River, Mekong, and Mekong means Mother Ganga.
कंबोडिया में गंगा नदी बहती है जिसको वहाँ बोलते हैं मेकान. मेकान मतलब गंगा नदी.
And it's huge. It's a really big. It's not just a small. It's like in India here, because it's coming from the Himalayas and it flows in different directions. The Ganga.
तो ऐसा नहीं कि कंबोडिया बहुत ही छोटी नदी बहती, जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ भारत में बहुत बड़ी नदी बहती है जो कि हिमालय से आती है और इसकी अलग-अलग दिशाओं में ये बहती है.
Yes. So in this way, all of us are very, very fortunate just to be on this tract of land, Rishikesh, Haridwar, which is traditionally, even now, people, they begin their journey in the Himalayas from the foothills. We are at the foothills of the Himalayas.
क्योंकि हम बहुत ही ज़्यादा सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हम ऋषिकेश में हैं, हरिद्वार की पवित्र नगरी में हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ से ही लोग जो हैं हिमालय के लिए अपनी जो यात्रा है उसे आरंभ करते हैं.
All of these ashrams, there are hundreds and thousands of ashrams, just like some of us will be going to Vrindavan after this program. And in Vrindavan itself, just in Vrindavan itself, there are 5,000 temples.
जैसे कि यहाँ पे बहुत सारे आश्रम हैं, तो हम वृंदावन जाएंगे. हम में से कुछ लोग जो वृंदावन को घूमने के लिए जाएंगे, उनका दर्शन करने के लिए जाएंगे, तो वहाँ पर 5,000 से ज़्यादा मंदिर हैं.
So all of these temples, all of these ashrams, they are a testimony of this ancient culture that is known as Vedic culture, that is also known by the people in India especially as Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana means eternal and Dharma means the natural activity or occupation of human beings.
तो वहाँ पे हमारे जो आश्रम है यहाँ पर, ये प्रतीत हैं हमारे वैदिक काल के समय की छवियाँ हैं जो कि आज भी मौजूद हैं, जो कि हमारे जो इंडिया में मोस्टली भारत में इसको बोला जाता है सनातन धर्म. सनातन मतलब जो कि पुरातन, वो चलता आएगा और चलता रहेगा, और धर्म जो है ऐसी क्रिया जो जीव के लिए स्वाभाविक है.
So when we come in contact with ashram, when we come in contact with temples, we come in contact with this ancient culture. But this ancient culture is actually our original culture.
जब हम इन आश्रमों के संपर्क में आते हैं तो हम जो हमारा पुरातन संस्कृति है उनके हम संबंध में आते हैं, उनके संपर्क में आते हैं।
And this culture in India especially, and it used to be like this all over the world, this culture is especially found and experienced in villages.
तो ये जो हमारा संस्कृति है ये भारत में हमें पाई जाती है और ज़्यादातर ये गांव में पाई जाती है।
We have a motto in our IDVM, ISKCON Bhagavatam Ministry. We developed a motto a few years back in 3 lines: save our cows, save our villages, and save our culture.
तो हमारा IDVM जो हमारी मिनिस्ट्री है वहाँ पे हमारा एक उद्देश्य है 3 की रक्षा और हमारी संस्कृति की रक्षा।
Yes, because the whole culture, this whole culture of Sanatana Dharma is especially to be found in these, especially in the presence of cows and what she signifies and what she provides, which is for most of us not so easy to understand. But mother cow, Gava, cows are sustaining actually every living entity on the planet.
तो ये जो संस्कृति है ज़्यादातर हमें पाई जाती है गायों के नज़दीक। गाय हमारे माता के समान है और हमें वो हर तरह से पूरित वस्तुएं प्रदान करती हैं।
Gava pratistha bhutanam. Gava pratistha bhutanam. Pratistha, yeah. Cows, the presence of cows, when the Vedic culture was especially followed, is a testimony to high culture. And when there is a decrease or an absence of cows in society, or when there is no longer any cows in the village, it is to be understood that that village or that place very soon will no longer be able to function.
तो पुराने समय गांव में गाय होती थी जिससे उस गांव की पहचान होती थी, पर समय के अनुसार वो चीज़ें क्या है कि लुप्त होती गई। जैसे जैसे गाय कम हो रही है वैसे वैसे हमारी संस्कृति लुप्त होती जा रही है।
And that is not immediately obvious to us. It is also not so easy to understand, but there are so many wonderful explanations that are given in the Shastra as to why cows and also there are 2 special living entities who are serving as the pillars actually for this ancient culture, cows and brahmanas.
तो हमारी संस्कृति के 2 आधार हैं, गाय और ब्राह्मण।
Therefore we have this very nice prayer, Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitayasya Jagat Hitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. When we give proper care, proper attention to both brahmanas and cows, then the whole of society actually can be healthy, peaceful, and prosperous.
इसलिए हम प्रार्थना भी गाते हैं, नमो ब्राह्मण देवाय गो ब्राह्मणताय च जगतताय कृष्णाय गोविंदाय नमो नमः। इसमें चाहे जैसे कि गो और ब्राह्मण, इनके द्वारा अगर इनकी रक्षा होगी तो इससे समृद्धि आएगी, खुशहाली आएगी।
So it was very much the desire of our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, to re-establish and to redirect society towards this, these basics within society. And therefore, he wrote, Srila Prabhupada wrote all of these books, established so many temples, performed so many activities to bring us to that understanding that Vedic culture the roots of our Vedic culture lies in village life, where cows and this what we call Brahminical culture are meant to be nicely followed.
तो ये हमारे संस्थापक आचार्य की इच्छा थी, जो कि कई बार अपने पुस्तकों में इसका वर्णन करते हैं कि हमें पुनः उस संस्कृति की आवश्यकता है जहाँ पर गाय और ब्राह्मणों को सम्मान दिया जाता है.
So I know a number of devotees who are present here and others who naturally could not come to Rishikesh are to some extent involved in helping re-establish this culture, and I want to encourage more and more devotees to hear this request being made by our founder Acharya to give special importance and special attention to reviving this natural lifestyle that used to be there all over in the villages of India.
तो ये हमारी सबसे प्रार्थना है कि हमारे संस्थापक आचार्य की जिस प्रकार से इच्छा थी कि इस संस्कृति को पुनः जागृत किया जाए, ताकि जगह जगह गांव-गांव में इसको स्थापित किया जाए.
And our Sri Ram Prabhu was very nicely reminding us, because he's been very active actually in promoting the distribution of the Srimad Bhagavatam and now more recently Chaitanya Charitamrita. We have 4 books, 4 very important books that Prabhupada identified and gave us, beginning with the Bhagavad Gita.
तो हम हमारे श्री राम प्रभु को बहुत ही धन्यवाद देते हैं, जो बहुत समय से पुस्तक वितरण कर रहे हैं. पहले उन्होंने भागवतम वितरण की, अभी कुछ समय पहले ही उन्होंने चैतन्य चरितामृत को वितरण करना आरंभ किया. तो प्रभुपाद ने मुख्य तौर पर 4 पुस्तकें जो हैं उसको जनमानस को दिया है. इसमें से पहला है भगवद गीता.
Yes. These 4 books, actually, I mentioned one, I'll mention the other 3. If we simply learn to mold our lives around the teachings of these 4 books, then our whole life becomes successful.
तो अगर हम इन 4 किताबों के अनुसार अपना जीवन यापन करेंगे, तो हमारे जो जीवन है बहुत ही अच्छा होगा, सफल होगा.
And it begins actually with the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, as it is, as given to us by Srila Prabhupada. Secondly, graduate level of Bhagavad Gita is the Srimad Bhagavatam.
तो प्रभुपाद ने हमें भगवद गीता दी और उसका जो अगला पड़ाव है वह है भागवतम.
And we could say parallel practically to Srimad Bhagavatam are the 2 very important books given to us by one of the Goswamis of Vrindavan, Srila Rupa Goswami, Nectar of Devotion and Nectar of Instruction, which deal and fully concentrate on the science of Bhakti Yoga.
तो श्रीमद् भागवतम के ही समान हमारे जो गोस्वामी हैं, श्री रूप गोस्वामी, उन्होंने हमें 2 पुस्तकें दी, भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु और उपदेशामृत.
Yes, and the 4th book, which is actually the culmination, the 4th book contains actually all the other 3, which is the Chaitanya Charitamrita.
तो हमारी जो चौथी पुस्तक है वो उसमें ये तीनों जो ऊपर पुस्तकें बताई, ये सारी की सारी उसमें आती हैं. वो पुस्तक है चैतन्य चरितामृत.
So Srila Prabhupada, he was very merciful to actually make these books available to us, and it is to our advantage to actually hear from these books, read these books, study these books, so that we can understand this mission of our acharyas, and in this way give to the world the best knowledge, which is especially contained in these four literatures.
तो हमारे श्रील प्रभुपाद बहुत ही हम पर दयालु हैं, कृपालु हैं, जिन्होंने हमें ये इन अपनी पुस्तकों के द्वारा हमें अवसर प्रदान किया है कि हम इस चीज़ को समझ सकें, इस ज्ञान को प्राप्त कर सकें, जो इन 4 पुस्तकों में दिया है.
So hopefully by all of us coming here in Rishikesh, I remember a few years back when I had first gone from either Rishikesh or Haridwar, my first visit to Badrinath. My first visit to Badrinath, I mean, that was very naturally, when we first come to a place like Badrinath, it's like, it's another world. It's a whole different experience.
So कुछ साल पहले जब मैं यहाँ की यात्रा में था ऋषिकेश हरिद्वार, तो सबसे पहले मैंने बद्रीनाथ के दर्शन किए और उनका अनुभव इस जगत के पार ऐसा अनुभव हो.
And as we approach Badrinath, one goes by bus. I mean, one can walk there, but most people don't have the time to walk there. Most people also don't have the time even to go by bus. I mean, very few people actually come. But as we approach Badrinath, the bus stops. This is my vivid recollection. The bus stops, naturally we get out of the bus, and then the first thing that one sees in Badrinath is a huge sign, big sign, and one can read the following words.
तो जब हम बद्रीनाथ पहुँचे तो कई लोग पैदल चलते हैं, कुछ लोग बस से पहुँचते हैं, पर जैसे हम बस से गए तो जैसे ही हम बस से उतरे तो वहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा बोर्ड था जिसमें लिखा हुआ था.
It takes 2 days actually normally to go to Badrinath, and you know, it's a world that one has not seen because we're hopping from one mountain to another, and we're seeing all these glaciers. You can actually go out of the car, put your hand on the glacier.
तो वहाँ पे हमने जैसे ही हम उतरे तो हमने देखा कि वहाँ पर एक अलग ही अनुभव था. वहाँ पे हिम नदियाँ, ग्लेशियर्स, हिम नदियाँ थी जिसमें हम उनको छू सकते थे.
Anyways, coming back to my board. So the board, you can read actually, welcome to the valley of the gods.
तो जैसे ही हम उतरे तो मैं अपने बोर्ड की तरफ वापस आता हूँ दोबारा से, तो वहाँ पर लिखा हुआ था आप लोगों का भगवान की घाटी में स्वागत है.
One really feels that one is coming to another world. It is actually another world.
तो लोग समझ सकते हैं कि वो एक अलग दुनिया थी. हाँ, वो एक अलग दुनिया ही थी.
Yes, and actually we come to know if we read our Shastra that it is from some particular place, which is known actually and described in the Shastra, where personality like Arjuna and possibly others, from that particular place in the Himalayas, one can go to other planets, journey to other planets.
तो हम देख सकते हैं कि हमारे शास्त्रों में बहुत सारे उदाहरण है कि ऐसी एक जगह हमें मिलती है जहाँ से हम दूसरे ग्रहों की यात्रा को कर सकते हैं.
Who would like to go to some other planet?
कौन है यहाँ से जो दूसरे प्लैनेट में जाना चाहता है, दूसरे ग्रह में जाना चाहता है, दूसरी जगह?
But not a planet in the material world. There are
भौतिक जगत का कोई और ग्रह नहीं.
There are so many planets in the material world, so many attractive planets also, but there are spiritual planets in the spiritual world.
तो इस जगत में बहुत सारे ग्रह हैं, कुछ भौतिक ग्रह हैं, पर एक आध्यात्मिक जगह है.
So by visiting Rishikesh and Haridwar and this whole part of the Himalayas, we should be inspired to know more about the history and to know more about the messages, because we have sages that have been living, that people that have continued to come to such place, because there is so much of knowledge to be had actually from all of these ashrams and all of these sadhus who are staying here.
जैसे हम ऐसे हरिद्वार जैसे जगह, ऋषिकेश जैसे जगह पर पहुंचते हैं तो यहाँ का जो अनुभव है बहुत ही अलग रहता है। और यहाँ पे जो आश्रम है, इन लोगों के जो साधु रहते हैं, साधु संत जो हैं, वो यहाँ से आगे जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसा वातावरण प्रतीत होता है।
So many of the devotees I know have been fasting since morning, so I will not speak much longer. But once again, I want to thank all of you for having joined us, and especially I want to thank my sister and niece who have come all the way from Canada.
तो मुझे पता है कि आज काफ़ी लोगों ने आज व्रत किया है, तो मैं ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए आप लोगों का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ कि आप इस अवसर में पहुँचे। मुख्यतः तौर पर मेरी बहन और मेरी भतीजी को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि वो इस अवसर पर पहुँचे।
It's a very special birthday present.
ये बहुत ही अच्छा जन्मदिन का उपहार है।
So we hope that all of you will take advantage of your visit here, and we wish that Lord Krishna give all his blessings for having come to Rishikesh. And we hope to see all of you again when you go back to your respective places, nicely inspired by your visit here in the very unique and special place of Rishikesh, Badrinath, etc., so that we can be more enthusiastic in preaching Prabhupada's mission.
तो आप लोगों का वो आपका जो प्लान है, आप लोग जैसे यहाँ पे इस अवसर का लाभ उठाइए। ऋषिकेश जो पवित्र नदी है, यहाँ पे गंगा नदी, उनका लाभ आप उठाइए। और हमें भगवान कृष्ण से आप लोगों के लिए प्रार्थना करते हैं कि आपको इसी प्रकार से प्रभुपाद के मिशन में लगाए रखें।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Jai Sri Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yes.
Puja. Shambhu Prabhu is there? Srinath Prabhu, brother.
Request all of you to come to church. We'll have a kirtan and then everybody can offer flowers after the part of the puja. Then we'll have a Krishna.
कि अभी गुरु महाराज के पास पूजा होगा, उसके बाद आप लोग आकर सब लोग गुरु महाराज के चरणों में पुष्पांजलि दे सकते हैं, फूल चढ़ा सकते हैं। उसके बाद हम लोग प्रसाद के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगे।
अंदर मुंदुకు రండి, come in front so that everybody can see.
Madhav Prabhu will perform the arati. On behalf of all the disciples of His Holiness Bhakti Raya Swami, the first privilege to do Pada Puja will be given to Rameshwar Prabhu and Sudama Vipra. Sudama Vipra has been wonderfully serving Maharaj, staying in a small tin shed. He doesn't know the language, he doesn't know how to cook, he learned cooking in Mayapur. So, we declare the privilege to do the first Pada Puja.
Kirtan
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. चावल डालो। वंदे गुरु वंदे गुरु श्री चरणारविंदम श्रीधर चरणारविंदम वंदे गुरु श्री चरणारविंदम वंदे गुरु श्री चरणारविंदम प्रभु उस साइड इस साइड ठीक है कृष्ण कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति లేకపోతే వెనక పెట్టి అరేంజ్ చేయండి కొద్ది ప్రభు మురళి ప్రభు లడ్డూలు పెట్టండి ప్లేట్లో ఇందాక
to just go back on the same road. And devotees can offer.
तो बहुत ही सुंदर खड़े इस तरफ आ जाइए। प्रोटेस्ट का लाइन इधर है, इधर से आके पुष्पांजलि करें इधर से वापस आना। माता जी शुड आप आवर गो।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Jaya Guru Deva, 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 Jaya Guru
Devotees who have completed Pushpadini can proceed to Hotel Nirmana, third floor for Prasadam feast. This has been sponsored by SKP Prabhu from US. Who has finished can please proceed towards Hotel Nirmana.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna
Please, each one you take one of this and each room, each Maharaj room.
Therefore, many monkeys and all, whatever possible. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Hare.